Sorry, I didn't know you had to do that.
That's fine. I would just keep it on main feed.
Yeah.
Just keep it on main
Yeah.
feed.
Minimise. Okay.
And go back to
This one. Okay.
okay, and then unpause.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Go.
So we are now live again.
Try it again.
So, resuming the committee meeting, and hopefully everybody who wants to can hear us. We come on to item 3 on the agenda, which is declarations of interest. So if any committee members have an interest that they need to declare in relation to this application, will you please mention it now? And of course, if anything occurs to you while we're debating, feel free to mention it then.
Yeah, it's all good.
So after the officer presentation, we'll be hearing from the public speakers. We've got several registered speakers and ward councillors. And then after that, we will turn to questions from members of the committee about what we've heard, what we saw on the site visit this morning, the documentation, the report. And after that, we will come on to debating the issue. So I'll hand over now to the case officer to do her presentation. Thank you, Sanjuti.
Thank you, Chair. Can you all hear me? All right. Okay, thank you. So this application is demolition of existing structures and the erection of a carbon capture retrofit ready energy from waste combined heat and power facility with associated combined heat and power connection, distribution network connection, and temporary construction compounds and associated buildings and ancillary car parking at Canford Resource Park, Magna Road Pool. The application reference number is APP/23/0822/F. The addendum report includes the following information. Environmental permit has now been issued by Environment Agency on 10th of June for this particular facility. Number 2, there was a resolution at full committee on 3rd of June to withdraw the draft BCP local plan. So as such, the policies of the draft local plan have no weight in decision making for this particular application, although as reported in the officer report, the background papers provide latest information on various matters. An additional historic planning application is of relevance. In 2008, an extension to the existing composting facility on the land, where the main energy from waste building is now proposed, was refused by Planning Committee on inappropriate development in Greenbelt, harm to adjacent protected ecological sites, and contrary to the waste local plan grounds. This was allowed on appeal in 2009. Inspector report stated that the site was a drainage lagoon associated with the neighboring landfill site, and there was an acknowledged emerging shortfall of sustainable waste management facilities in this locality. The additional comments have been received from various organizations and individuals, including MP Vicky Slade, UKWIN, and Magwatch, and 4 residents. They do not raise any new issues. A new clause is now added in the recommendation instead of condition 9 to overcome the concerns relating to Bournemouth Airport. So this slide shows the location of the site with respect to the urban conurbation of Poole, Bournemouth, and Christchurch. This slide shows the site with respect to its surroundings. Site for the main energy from waste building is identified by the yellow dot. Whitespit landfill site is located to the west of the main site. The residential developments along Provence Drive and Arrowsmith Road are located more than 500 meters from the main site. The distribution network connection compound will be located to the west of the newly constructed Churchill Magna Business Park.
Sorry, Joe's got a comment that for some reason on the screen, the top part of the presentation has been chopped off.
It has on our screens. Could it be lowered? I don't know.
I don't know why this is happening. Is it better? No.
On this particular side, I don't think take
there
it off
anything
anything
supposed to be where
irrelevant,
that line
but it
is?
might on some.
I can stop sharing it and
What the slide's supposed to look like.
no, this is the
Oh.
full slide.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Doesn't look
Oh.
like there's anything missing. It's just
All right.
the picture goes up to the top of the slide by the looks of it.
On that particular one, there was nothing relevant missing, but it might.
Mm.
work
You
out
were right. So I'm
which
just
ones there is.
trying to figure out. Apologies, everyone. Just trying to figure out what can be done. Does it look full picture?
Oh yeah, but share the screen. Yeah. Once you share the screen, should be okay. Yeah.
It's been, sorry. Apologies, I'm getting messages as we talk. So it's been suggested to me it might be something to do with the fact there's a band going across on the display saying watch live or a recording.
No, it's
Oh, no.
There we go.
So
Is it better now?
No, I'm afraid not.
Yeah, try a different slide. Is there anything above that on any of the slides?
No, the slide is also not moving for some reason.
oh no, you could go click on to.
Right.
Chair, perhaps the answer is we carry on and see if anything is relevant, which gets
I
obscured.
think so.
And it may just be the officer has to explain what's there if it does get obscured.
No, it's not because I'm not sharing. I have to open my Teams. Can you? Oh, it's still. Oh, all right. So these are the various components of the proposed development. It is to be noted that the TCC2 is now removed from the proposal, and this removal is secured by a planning condition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me know if you can't hear me. It's okay? Great, thank you. So the main energy from waste, CHP building, will be located within Canford Resource Park, which includes existing waste treatment and energy generation facilities, including materials recovery facility, materials biological treatment facility, and landfill gas engine generator facility, plus the redundant and partially built building and chimney of the low carbon energy facility. The southernmost section of the plot was allocated in the waste local plan as an extension to the former landfill site for intensification and redevelopment of the site. Other facilities within the former landfill site include concrete batching plant, inert waste recycling facility, and solar farm that generates up to 7 megawatt of energy. So this slide shows different existing facilities within the site. This slide shows the relationship between the proposal site and neighboring uses. The existing MRF facility, which is material recovery facility here, and MBT building, these will be retained. So will be the concrete batching plant and the inert waste recycling plant, as well as the solar farm surrounding this area on the former landfill site will be retained. Canford Heath adjoins the site along the southern boundary. As mentioned before, the nearest residential developments are located at Canford Paddock to the east and Arrowsmith Road to the west, both more than half a kilometer away from the site. These photos showing the existing building and chimney stack within the site. These photos are looking at the site from top of White's Pit. And these photos are looking at the site from Provence Drive. So these are the areas we had visited this morning, the site visit with members. These are the main components of the main energy from waste building. This area, which is identified as IDO2, it is the tipping hall where the lorries will enter and reverse up to the bunker H, IDO3, different bunker areas where the waste will be stored, and this will be a completely enclosed environment. IDO4 is the boiler house. This area is used to create steam by using very hot gases. The steam is then passed through tubes to be superheated, which is then sent to turbine. IDO9, this is the turbine hall. The superheated steam is used to drive an alternator to generate usable electricity. Steam can also be taken from the turbine hall at a suitable pressure and temperature to be then supplied to local residents and businesses. IDO5, this area, is the air pollution control building to clean the flue gases before they enter the chimney to comply with the emission limits set by law. ID17, this area, is the office block and other administrative and control areas, which also includes a green roof as an amenity open space at a higher level. This is the 3D image of the building looking from west. And this is the view from the other side, that is east. This is a horizontal cross-section of the building showing various areas that will be used in the energy from waste process. So as I had mentioned earlier, this is the tipping hall. That's the storage bunker. This is where the steam, boiler house is here, and then the air pollution control area is IDO5. The applicant had provided different options for the proposed materials and color, and these were the material studies that had taken place. Whilst the grey was considered the most suitable option, a condition is included to explore other possible options before finalizing the colors and details, as requested by Council's urban design officers. Other components of the proposal includes the DNC compound and heathlands support area. The DNC compound is needed to create grid connection for the recovered electricity to be put back into the grid. This site was found appropriate due to the existing pylon BM34 that would be utilized to create the grid connection. Now, a section of the existing heathlands, as you can see, this yellow section here, this is the part of existing heathlands that would be used to create the DNC compound. And to compensate for this, a much larger area is now proposed to be used as heathland support area. And this will be a social benefit for the proposal. These are some of the details of the DNC compound. So you can see it would have 2 masts on either side of the existing tower pylon. It will be connected to the pylon for electricity, the grid connection. In terms of policy position, for the purpose of decision making, the local plans are the Pool Local Plan 2018 and BCP Dorset Waste Plan 2019, both of which are considered to be up to date. The waste plan covers up to 2033, and the CRP site has been allocated for waste-related development in set 8 of the Waste Local Plan. The Secretary of State and the Portland Appeal Inspector both have found the waste plan up to date. The main building with associated ancillary facilities such as the weighbridge and gatehouse, parking and future carbon capture facilities all will be located within the area allocated for waste-related development in the Waste Local Plan. So this is the full allocation in the waste local plan. And this is the area that where the proposed energy from waste building and its associated developments, the main building, will be located. The proposal will replace the partially built low carbon energy facility. The temporary construction compound and DNC compounds are outside of the allocated site. Now this slide shows the waste need for this waste local plan area. The site is allocated for residual waste management purposes. The proposed land use is appropriate at this location. The need for this development has been demonstrated through the waste plan, which had identified the need for additional 234,000 tons per annum of waste treatment capacity that were needed to be managed by new facilities in Southeast Dorset. Now, I can explain this table for you. This table is table 7 from the waste local plan. The projected wastes arising by 2033 is 359,000. The capacity through recovery and landfill is expected to be 125,000 by 233. And as such, by subtracting 125 from 359, the need identified at that point was 234,000. The potential MRF capacity, which is shown here, relates to the material recovery facility, which is recycling, which is different from residual waste management. Now, the 125 that you see here, which was expected to be the existing capacity, is in reality not a waste treatment facility. It is the material biological treatment plant that you have seen this morning at CRP site. What that particular facility does is that it treats with biological agents or reagents the waste and breaks it down. So something like composting. So whatever is possible to recover from the waste, it breaks it down, and then the remaining waste, which cannot be composted, then gets packed into cubes that we have seen this morning and sent somewhere else for incineration or landfill, which is the final waste treatment. The applicants for this application had claimed that in reality, this 125,000, from that capacity, only 12,000 of waste is recovered at this moment at MBT facility, and rest 113,000 gets sent outside. However, the inspector for Portland decision considered an additional 95,000 gets sent out from this facility. Because the Portland decision is more recent, used more recent data, for the purpose of this application, officers consider that additional 95,000 tons per annum of capacity is appropriate. So if you add the additional 95,000 to the identified need of 234,000, the actual shortfall within BCP and Dorset area at this moment is 239,000 tons per annum of waste that needs to be managed. Now, we have two recent permissions that were granted within BCP and Dorset waste local plan area, which has relevance for the purpose of this particular application. One, as we're talking about the Portland permission. Inspector and Secretary of State recently granted permission for an energy from waste facility at Portland, which can treat waste up to 202,000 tons per annum. Additionally, a couple of years ago at Parley, Christchurch, a similar facility was approved in Planning Committee, which could treat up to 60,000 tons per annum of waste. So if I simple maths, And by 2033, the waste area needs a capacity for 359,000. The operational capacity at MBT CRP is 30,000 as identified by Pill Inspector. There is no facility at this moment which is under construction. So we actually need, as I said, the total need is 329. Consented capacities together, which is Portland and Parley, can give us up to 262,000. So there is still a capacity gap of 67,000. 67,000 tons per annum of waste needs to be treated. We need to find a place for that. So this application is for treatment of 260,000 tons per annum of energy from waste combined heat and power facility, and it seeks temporary permission for 40 years. The application site benefits from its location within an existing waste management complex and adjacent to renewable energy site. The site is also very close to the urban conurbation, which is a major source of waste in the BCP and Dorset area. As such, the proposal's location is in accordance with the National Planning Policy for Waste. In terms of the visual impact of the proposal, as I said before, the site is more than 500 meters from sensitive receptors. Also, the site benefits from existing vegetation screening and intervening undulating topography from majority of the viewpoints. Now, a landscape visual impact assessment was submitted with the application that identified key views and provided photo montages to demonstrate the changes. So the first view is from Magna Road. This is the existing view, and that's the expected changes. Do you want to go back and do it again, or happy? Do it again? Yeah. So this existing, and that's how it's going to look like. This is the building. Next view is from Ferndown. You can see that's the point. I mean, can you see my cursor on the screen? So this is where view number 6. That's existing, and this is how the building is going to look like from Ferndown. And the third view is from Corfie Hill here. That's existing, and that's how new building will be seen. Also, it is important to consider the heritage impact of the proposal. The site itself does not contain any designated or non-designated heritage assets. This slide shows the separation distances between the site and various designated heritage assets within this area. As can be seen, Grade 1 listed buildings within Canford Magna Conservation Area are more than 2 kilometers from the proposed building. Scheduled monument bowl barrows are located 650 meters to the south of the application site. So that's where the bowl barrows are located. So we are now looking at few views from Canford Magna Conservation Area, first one. This is from the footpath which crosses the Canford School's playgrounds. Canford School itself is more than 600 meters to the north of this point from where the photograph was taken. So that's the existing, and that's the proposed. So you'll be able to see the chimney from this part, the conservation area. That's where it is. And the next one is from the Bridal Way 23, which looks at the building site, but it has got the bowl barrows. So you can see the setting of the bowl barrows, how that changes from this viewpoint. So this is existing. The existing chimney actually can be seen there. And that's the proposed building. So in terms of landscape visual impacts are identified to 7 locations. However, it is expected for a development of this scale, so there will be visual impacts In terms of heritage assets, the substantial distance to the nearest heritage assets ensure that there will not be any significant visual impacts on the settings of the heritage assets, resulting in harm to the significance of these assets. The harm to the significance of the scheduled monument by impacting the setting is considered less than substantial, but to the moderate level. And this has been balanced against the public benefit of the scheme. The LVIA was reviewed by Laird Bailey on behalf of the council, who commented that receptors at 7 locations will experience visual impact from the proposed development. However, it was considered that the proposal will not lead to wide-ranging fundamental effects on landscape character. And the development has been identified to be not inappropriate within Greenbelt for the reasons contained in the officer report. In terms of ecology, the site is located adjacent to designated ecological site. A shadow HRA was submitted by the applicant as part of the environmental statement. This was reviewed by Holbury Consultancy, as a council's external consultee, as well as Natural England, who haven't raised any objections subject to conditions and mitigations. So an appropriate assessment has been carried out to identify mitigations that has been agreed by Natural England and included in the section 106 heads of terms. In terms of neighbor impacts, this slide shows the actual distances from the site and all the neighboring residential properties. So as you can see, the minimum distance from this site to the corner property on Canford Paddock is 633 meters. Because of this significant separation distances, no harmful impact on residential amenity is expected. In terms of impact on incinerators on human health, UK Health Security Agency has published its findings titled Health Impacts of Waste Incineration on Monday, the 9th of June. Following review of potential health impacts of air pollutants emitted by municipal waste incinerators, the report concludes that currently there is no clear evidence of association between human health exposure to emissions from modern, well-regulated municipal waste incinerators and morbidity, cancers, or adverse birth outcomes in UK. Paragraph 7, bullet point 3 of the National Planning Policy for Waste states that waste planning authorities should avoid carrying out their own detailed assessment of epidemiological and other health studies and should consider the locational implications of any advice on health from the relevant health bodies. In terms of highways impact, the application was supported by transport statement that provided information on 2 scenarios, the probable scenario and the worst case scenario. Even if the worst case scenario was considered, the delay on Magna Road will be less than 10 seconds. The Council's highways officers have reviewed the submitted information and have not raised any objection subject to conditions and planning obligations. So these are the planning obligations heads of terms that will be secured by S106 legal agreements. So to conclude, there is a need to manage residual waste in BCP and Dorset area. The Waste Plan 2019 identified this need to be managed by new facilities in Southeast Dorset, where the Canford site is located. The proposal is not inappropriate development in Greenbelt. There are 2 existing permissions for energy from waste developments within the waste plan area, but none of them are currently under construction. Also, there is still a need for additional capacity. In a situation where all 3 permitted projects are being actively promoted for development, market forces will lead to only the financially viable project to come forward. And this, as noted in the DEFRA capacity note, which was released on 30th of December 2024. So to conclude, for the reasons contained in the officer report and subject to conditions and obligations as listed in the officer committee report as well as in the addendum sheet, this application is recommended for approval. Please note, this application will be subject to a 21-day review window by the Secretary of State. Thank you very much.
Yes, our thanks to the case officer as well for her presentation and her clear report in printed form that came round. Now we move on to registered speakers. And first of all, we have 3 speakers in objection, the first one of whom is Paul Brailsford. So each of these speakers is entitled to 5 minutes, making a total of 15 minutes between them.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Capacity. This proposal requires 260,000 tonnes of waste per year. Yet for the 12 months up to March this year, BCP and Dorset only produced 139,000 tonnes of incinerable waste, well below the proposal's capacity. This figure will fall further under national targets to reduce residual waste by 50% of the 2019 figures. Our projections show the need falling to about 112,000 tonnes, even taking into account house building targets, which just leaves 43% of what the Camford incinerator demands. And when you take into account the 100,000 tonnes per annum facility already granted permission on the site, and the further 25,000 tonnes per annum assessed in the waste plan, the officer's justification for 260,000 tonnes becomes untenable. That's a 52% or 135,000 tonne increase over the waste plan site assessment, making a mockery of the report's capacity argument. The officer's report admits approval would result in 460,000 tonnes of local incinerator capacity, an over-provision of 193,000 tonnes, 74% above plan need. Worse, MagWatch analysis, factoring in national waste reduction measures, which the waste plan does not, demonstrates a reduced plan area need of 112,000 tonnes, which would result in a staggering 348,000 tonnes of over-provision. The need simply does not exist. This renders the officer's reliance on outdated waste plan data indefensible. In April, superseding other advice, DEFRA's Under-Secretary of State, in response to PM's questions on Camford, stated they encourage those developing EFW facilities to consider forecast changes to future capacity and demand. That means inclusion of forecasting against recent national waste reduction policies. The officer's report ignores this advice entirely. MVV knows this. Their catchment plan depends on importing waste from far outside the region. This would not be a Dorset facility. This would be a national incinerator breaching both proximity principle and spatial strategy. The report's attempts to justify the plant based on South East Dorset need collapses when you factor in consented capacity at Portland and Parley, which would exceed projected waste plan need, regardless of any moot competition arguments. Regionally, Southwest incinerator capacity already outstrips regional need, and BCP and Dorset have some of the highest recycling rates in the country. The officer's report is based on flawed assumptions, outdated data, and ignores both evidence and national advice. The capacity gap is a myth, the waste plan need is already satisfied, and therefore the application should be refused. Mental health. MVV's human health baseline concludes, mental health indicators show Bearwood and Merley to be below the regional and national averages, with more hospital stays for self-harm and a higher suicide rate. On this basis, individuals could be more vulnerable to changes in the environment, and so this should be taken into consideration with the proposed development. The relevant statistics to that, 46% for suicide above the national average, serious self-harm, 42% above the national average. Long-term mental health illnesses, 23.5% above the national average. It's already an area crisis. This means our community is particularly vulnerable to mental health impacts, with pockets of deprivation in the lowest 15% nationally, something omitted from MVV's assessments. Projections tied to environmental stresses from the development could result in up to 13 additional suicides and 166 serious self-harm incidents, all preventable harms. The applicant and the officer's report rely on the UK HSA statement on modern waste incinerators to dismiss public health concerns, but that only addresses physical health. We consulted UK HSA, who confirmed mental health was not covered by the study, therefore it cannot be used to dismiss or mitigate mental health impacts. Several individuals already report struggles linked to the proposal, and there have been at least 2 interventions that are known. The report entirely omits any mental health mitigation. The committee should ask the case officer where the mitigation for mental health impacts is. Under NPPF 96C 198 and the Waste Plan Policy 13, it states if significant harm to health or well-being is likely, permission must be refused unless it can be mitigated. There is no mitigation to these harms, therefore there is no other option for the committee except to refuse this application. To do otherwise puts the community on notice to potentially lose loved ones in the years ahead, and that is an unacceptable level of public health harm. To finish, Dorset Mind CEO Linda O'Sullivan stated, Dorset Mind recognises the particular stress and anxiety that the people of Bearwood are currently facing with the looming Camford incinerator. Their fears are real fears, and we will support them in any way we can. Thank you.
I was slightly lenient. You did slightly overrun, but not too seriously. And the next speaker is Giles Frampton. Again, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I believe I'm on. Chair, I'm Giles Frampton, members, a director of Powerfield Portland, so I know a lot about this subject, born and bred and living in Dorset. Planning law requires that the application is determined in accordance with the development plan, which in this case is the Bournemouth Christchurch Pool and Dorset Waste Plan 2019. Of particular relevance is Policy 21, which is intended to control the development within the Greenbelt. The September 2024 officer report confirmed the project was located in the Greenbelt, but failed to provide any analysis or conclusion regarding the compliance with Policy 21, while nevertheless recommending approval. That omission rendered the recommendation misleading and unlawful. The current June 2025 officer report, which I note, a slight aside, the views that were shown by the officer skimmed over and didn't show the impact on the Greenbelt. As members be aware of that. Failed to provide any analysis, is located in the Greenbelt, but attempts a new approach to support an officer recommendation. It claims that the proposed 160 metre long by 60 metre wide by 50 metre high industrial building and the 110 metre stack do not constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt and therefore comply with Policy 21. This argument is entirely dependent on the MPPF paragraph 154G Golf, which considers the development in the Greenbelt to not be inappropriate only where A, the land is previously developed, and B, the development not cause substantial harm to openness. There are significant errors in the officer's application of this policy. Firstly, paragraph 154G applies only to land that is both previously developed and lawfully developed. Yet large parts of Camford application site to the south include hard standing that was installed in the last 5 years without lawful planning permission, as previous permissions do not include the Camford area where, for example, the tipping hall is located. As this is not previously developed land, the exemption under 154G cannot apply. The officer team has made a fundamental error and in doing so produced a report that would mislead this committee. This is an objective legal barrier that invalidates the entire justification for the officer's report and its recommendation for development in this area and would be easily challengeable in court based on basic facts that should the committee decide to approve. Even if the land were lawfully developed, the officer's claim that the proposal would not substantially harm the openness of the Greenbelt is plainly false for 3 reasons. 1, in paragraph 183 of the report, The officer asserts that the development is sufficiently screened by vegetation topography. This is contradicted by the applicant's own photo montages, which show the 50-metre tall building will be visible up to 10 kilometres away, predominantly breaching the tree line, open in some views, including views from the A338 and Sturminster Marshall. These are all within the Greenbelt. The claim that such a vast and tall structure has no impact on openness is patently absurd and demonstrably false. Secondly, the officer's conclusion ignores the council's own specialist landscape architect, who identified significant impacts from 7 out of 14 key points, none of which were shown there. This omission undermines the credibility of the assessment and fails to properly weigh the substantial visual and landscape harm. Thirdly, while the officer's report quotes selectively from the Portland Inspector's report, believe me, I know it page for page, it omits the inspector's direct comments on Camford. The Portland inspector explicitly stated that the Camford proposal would be an obviously inappropriate form of development in the Greenbelt and described it as an enormous imposition that would massively reduce openness. The Secretary of State, Angela Rayner, agreed with this conclusion, and this was not affected by the December 2024 MPPF changes regarding green or grey belt. Conclusions, in my mind, for this committee, this is now the second time your officer team have presented a report containing objective inaccuracies and misleading interpretations of both fact and policy. These are not matters of opinion, they are legally and evidentially demonstrable. As such, any decision to approve this application would be unlawful. And we're all law-abiding citizens, aren't we? If the committee is to carry out its legal duty properly in accordance with this development plan, this application must be refused on the basis that it is clearly an appropriate development in the Greenbelt, as the exemption the officer recommendation relies on does not apply to the full site area, and there is... Well, if you don't want to hear it, Chair. Well, I'll publish it. The BBC have already got this, so you'll be able to read it on their website later. Well, if it is, you've probably broken the law. Just saying. It's not a threat. It's a statement of fact, Chair.
That was probably open to dispute.
Well, you've had Casey
the next
opinion.
registered speaker, who is Frank Ahern.
Committee motion to extend the slot.
Oh, it's all right. Special measures.
Sorry, am I starting or not? What's being asked?
Your mic is on.
There's somebody talking behind. You've already been told that DEFRA has confirmed that the EFW is unneeded. If there is no need, then there is no planning case for approval. If you disagree and believe there is a need, then it is a fact that some of the site is not previously developed land and therefore cannot benefit from the Greenbelt exemption under MPPF 154G, on which the reporting officer's conclusion is based. You were sent slides of the proposed building and so have seen it, and any rational person would conclude that a building that could contain 4,000 double-decker buses would have a significant impact on the Greenbelt and on openness. The planning inspector at Portland confirms that, quote, it is an enormous imposition that would massively reduce openness and that, quote, the level of Greenbelt harm would be very high indeed. The Secretary of State agreed with both these conclusions. The officer's approach to Greenbelt is fundamentally flawed, but there are other significant issues within the report too. Regarding aviation, Policy 20 of the Waste Plan clearly states the proposals will only be permitted where there are no new hazards to aviation. There remains an outstanding objection from Bournemouth Airport. Therefore, you cannot legally permit this facility until the objection is removed. The application is also marketed as carbon ready, an important consideration for a council which has declared a climate emergency. However, this site cannot deliver carbon capture. There's not enough room, and NVV absolutely know this. And yet the officer's report confirms she is happy with it. She states, quote, "The details submitted with the application demonstrate a conceptual design for the carbon capture plant, which is why the current application has been considered as carbon capture retrofit ready." This is the design for carbon capture. One page. Really, this is it. It shows a carbon capture solution promised for an area of around 50% of what is required. It is located in the area required for annual maintenance, and there is no other spare space. How will NVV maintain the plant if they deliver carbon capture? The answer is that carbon capture cannot be delivered within the site, and given the green belt, there is no other area in which to do outside the site. It will never be delivered. Councillors, this is the second time you have received a report that attempts to mislead the committee. The first report ignored greenbelt policy completely. This report has made serious errors, but it has also downplayed all of the material objections while taking the applicant's submissions as fact. BCP's urban design officer says the development will, quote, "change significantly the open character of the area." And the council landscape architects confirmed that there will be significant visual implications for visual receptors. The officer seeks to mislead you at paragraph 242 by stating that structures will be screened. They will not, and that the proposals will not lead to wide-ranging fundamental effects. They will. On heritage, Historic England has raised concerns, and BCP's senior conservation officer confirms that the harm will be moderate. The officer seeks to mislead you at paragraph 218 by stating she considers the harm to be negligible. Ask yourself, what technical qualifications does the officer have for disagreeing with the views of her specialist advisors? And would a decision based on this report stand up to legal scrutiny? It is not clear why the officer has taken this approach. You can, of course, go along with it and confirm her recommendation. However, this would be both unlawful and in direct conflict with the Secretary of State's decision. The chimney will be 5 times taller than the iconic Angel of the North. It will be our very own Satan of the South, visible for miles. Interestingly, it was a previous incarnation of this committee which approved the Bournemouth IMAX cinema, that vast, ugly blob which destroyed the famous vista of Old Harry. Councillors, do you want your legacy to be the toxin-producing, CO2-spouting, greenbelt trashing eyesore? Please say no.
Thank you, Mr.
Was I within my time?
You were well within your time, I
Oh,
believe.
jolly good.
And now we move to 3 speakers on behalf of the applicant or supporters of the scheme. And we start with Nathan Ross from Camford Renewable Energy.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. We've all dried out from the rather wet site visit this morning. My name's Nathan Ross. I'm the Managing Director of WH Whites, and we are the landowner at the Camford Resource Park. This site has all been previously developed and was first granted permission in 1957. And that was for extraction and subsequently extraction of minerals and subsequently landfill. It's been at the heart of BCP's waste solution since the 1960s. The now closed landfill received more than 6 million tonnes of local authority waste. The landfill gas powered a 7 megawatt generation station, which was for many years BCP and Dorset's only renewable energy provider. The site now employs over 150 people. The aggregates plant recycles 250,000 tonnes of aggregates, and the bottom ash from this plant, the energy from waste plant, would be recycled in that aggregates plant and used in recycled construction materials. There is an existing planning consent, as you've heard, for 100,000 tonnes of residual waste, energy from waste plant on the site. This was closed, and you saw it this morning, because it's not viable at this small scale. More recently, an innovative solar and hydrogen plant, can't say that word, was built on the site, and you saw the hydrogen tankers filling up today in the compound, and that is being used to transport for London in the right buses. And that could be another use locally. If we upscale this plant with the power provided, we can provide more energy to produce more green hydrogen. To put some of the recent misinformation in perspective, the Environment Agency recently reported in a whole year, the energy recovery industry in England produces 1/6 of the pollution of one bonfire night. That's 1/6 of the pollution versus a whole year of operation. As you will know, BCP's residual waste currently goes abroad, and you would have seen the containers loading up today. So we should try and reduce the transport carbon footprint and take the benefits in the area where the waste is produced. Alternative locations outside the waste plan area have poor transport connections, significantly affect traffic and holiday routes, with an estimated time of 4 hours in the summer months to outlying sites in Portland and over 2 million extra vehicle miles. More remote facilities would also require bulking transfer stations to be built in BCP for waste transfer. Public records now show from their last public accounts that Portland Powerfuel, who you've heard from today, have very questionable financial strength. MVV, on the contrary, have a proven track record with 9 plants in Europe and the UK, with €6 billion turnover and 6,500 employees, including an energy trading department. They, unlike Portland, do have the ability to deliver and operate this plant. To summarise, the waste can only be treated by an energy from waste plant. There are no other viable alternatives. This technology is safe, clean, and importantly, is viable at this scale. WH White's went through an extensive selection process before partnering with MVV. MVV have a proven track record and have shown they are capable of delivering and have the land and funding secured to deliver the waste need. I'd like to just highlight, finally, a few benefits of this scheme. Economic growth, 300 million investment, creation of 600 construction jobs, 32 full-time jobs, around 1 million annually in rates to BCP, reduces the carbon footprint of transporting and exporting waste abroad. The proximity means the waste delivered to the site and the plant can offer very competitive gate fees to BCP in future tenders, produces renewable energy and usable heat, providing greater energy security for BCP. Hydrogen production can be upscaled and EV charging opportunities will become available with the power. Ensures co-location with complementary waste activities at the Camford Resource Park. It is future-proofed and carbon capture ready. The whole site before you today is allocated in the waste plan and complies with the proximity principle and has all been previously developed. I respectfully ask you to approve this application to ensure the derived benefits are retained within BCP so that BCP can be responsible for its own waste treatment into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Slightly over, but I'll let you finish since you were clearly summing up. Now I call on Rob Asquith from Savills.
Thank you and good afternoon, members. The up-to-date BCP and Dorset Waste Plan and the Pool Plan support granting planning permission, officers advise. The Environment Agency has now issued the environmental permit for the project. Currently, BCP and Dorset councils deliver residual waste to Canford. Contractors then drive most of it elsewhere, including overseas, creating carbon and other pollution from lorry exhausts, wear and tear on the roads, congestion, accident risk and noise. To avoid these, the waste plan proposes waste be treated close to where it arises. This proximity principle reflects the waste plan's spatial strategy. The main residual waste management sites are in or near BCP, avoiding trucking waste through Dorset, particularly in the holiday seasons when the A31 and other roads are busy. The Canford allocation in the waste plan reflects that so much of BCP and Dorset's household, commercial and construction waste goes there now. Waste plan policy supports the co-location or benefits Canford uniquely can deliver, processing residues from the existing Canford waste businesses, sending ash to the existing inert waste facility, sharing support facilities, supplying energy as power or heat or hydrogen, including powering waste vehicles, reducing lorry mileage. On Greenbelt policy, local policies comply with national policy. The new NPPF establishes the project is not inappropriate development. The whole of the EFW THP facility site has been developed since the 1960s and now comprises buildings, plant and hard standing. At the end of its operating life, the EFW and CHP site will be restored to open land, a temporary planning consent replacing existing permanent consents. On chimney height, MVV has achieved a development plan compliance solution acceptable to both Bournemouth Airport and Natural England. Visual effects have been considered carefully with BCP. The resulting design and with the relative isolation of the woodland setting mitigates these effects, compliant with policy. As with the less substantial harm to the setting of heritage assets, the public benefits outweigh the limited harms. These include providing waste management capacity, reducing carbon effects of transporting waste, and supplying renewable power and heat. Again, this complies with policy. BCP wants more renewable energy, but a solar farm generating the same output might cover 630 acres. Yesterday's spending review states energy security is core to national security. It also supports more carbon capture. Despite trucking its residual waste elsewhere, including to landfill, Dorset is England's leader in recycling, and BCP too has improving performance. The waste plan, when it set residual waste capacity needs, assumed even higher levels of recycling, 65%. So MVV's project will not hold back recycling. Additionally, scrap metal will be sourced from the ash, and ash mostly can become construction aggregate at the adjacent inert waste facility, a circular economy. The waste plan acknowledges that unlike planning for housing, consents for waste management do not always come forward as eventual developments, but that is no reason to refuse policy compliant projects on allocated sites like Canford. DEFRA's recent waste capacity note takes a similar approach, which the government followed in March, consenting a plant in Lincolnshire. The market will decide what comes forward. DEFRA also encourages efficiency. The Canford proposals are more efficient than current residual waste processing at Canford and other EFWs which BCP and Dorset might alternatively use. We agree with the planning conditions your officers propose, save for an alternative approach we suggest for the catchment area, although no comparable, possibly competing plant has such limits, and nor does the existing Canford site. We also supported the draft planning condition on aviation published last week, but which it is now suggested be deleted. The Environment Agency supports the project, saying we're satisfied you can carry out your activities without causing harm to the environment or human health. Your officers conclude policy supports the project. Dorset Council has no objection. The UK Health Security Agency this week reaffirmed EFW plants are acceptable. The application was validated nearly 2 years ago, and there is no purpose or in further delay or costs. So members, as a professional planner and a professional waste manager living and working locally, I respectfully urge you to accept your officer's recommendations and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asquith. And the last speaker in this section is Paul Carey from MVV.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak as the applicant. I'm Paul Carey, Managing Director of MVV Environment. Aside from one thing, I won't go into details of the application. I'll talk about MVV and our philosophy, but before that, I do want to talk about capacity. And you've heard about Secretaries of State today. Another Secretary of State, as my friend Mr. Asquith just described, the Secretary of State for DESNES has said, basically in our paraphrase, if it's not built, it can't be considered. And that's very important. Lots of these projects in the past have been given consent and they never get built because they're not really the right project. This is the right size and the right project for BCP and the Dorset Waste Plant area, and it complies fully with the proximity principle. That capacity has just in the last few days, as you heard, been approved by the Environment Agency, and this is the cover sheet of that permit. So it is a real document that you can go and look at. Larger facilities are more efficient and have a greater potential to supply heat, which we intend to fully explore. Smaller facilities cost more per tonne of capacity to build and more tonnes of process waste to operate. Smaller facilities are not necessarily smaller either. If they can be located far enough away from the waste arisings, it will cost even more to transport that waste to them. So that would mean whoever uses them would lose out if they're further away. That would not be the case in Canford. I'll stop at that point on the application. On our company, we are a German-owned company with a long heritage of building these facilities in Germany and now in the UK for the last 12 years. But despite being German, we're very much a British team. Our parentage has provided us with a foundation on which to build a very British business, one that I've personally overseen since joining the company as the first employee back in 2008. We have the financial backing of our shareholders who will support us in delivering our obligations and delivering this project. On the point of carbon capture, we can fit carbon capture into this site. I'm an engineer, my company's full of engineers, so is our head office, and we've spoken to lots of engineers, and we all know that carbon capture can be fitted onto this site. That is not a problem, so please don't worry about that. We believe in serving not just our shareholders, but also our communities and our employees. Our values are integrity, openness, commitment, and engagement. And we have demonstrated this elsewhere. In Plymouth, we have a facility in the city centre, and some of you may know about that. We have proven that we have stood by the planning commitments that we made before consent was granted back in 2012. We have delivered on the contractual obligations we have entered into with the local authorities there. We have provided local authorities with value for money on their waste disposal services. We have kept the Royal Navy in heat for the last 10 years since we started operations. We have become part of the community's education system, and we have proven that MVV can be a very good neighbour. We've done the same thing in Dundee since 2017 when we took over an ageing council-owned energy from waste facility. We rectified many deficiencies in that old facilities and have extended its life beyond what was originally intended. We've built a new facility alongside. This is in Eastern Dundee, surrounded by houses and businesses. And we've maintained all of the commitments that we made at that time, all through COVID as well. And we continue to maintain a healthy relationship with local authorities and the community we serve. Here in Poole, we intend to do exactly the same. And I assure you that I intend to make sure that is done. I want you to know that my team, not just those behind me, but also those who are not here today and not yet employed by us, 32 people, will ensure that too. And those 32 people will be trained very thoroughly and educated in the same philosophy that we have adopted right from the beginning back in 2007. Madam Chair, please be assured of our sincerity in delivering what we have set out in our application. Please be assured of our intention to work responsibly in our community and environment. Please be assured that we will be a good neighbour, and I ask you to vote in favour of this proposition as recommended by your officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. And now we have, again, 3 speakers, the 3 ward councillors for the ward where the incinerator would be situated. And we start with Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon. I address you today not only as one of the ward councillors representing the views of residents, but also one of the affected people living near to the site. I've lived in Merley now for 24 years. I attended the applicant's public consultation in early 2023 and spoke to many residents that managed to get to Hamworthy Club. I also joined the minibus tour of the application site then, as I did this morning with you when you undertook your site visit. I received many calls from residents in the past few months asking that I speak against this application. Together with my co-ward councillors Brown and Burton, I visited in October 2023 the applicant's Plymouth site. It is on what was part of a naval dockyard, a large industrial estate site setting, with a very efficient road access and what you would associate with one of the country's leading naval dockyards. It is a pity your site visit today was not extended to Plymouth to see the massive bulk of the building. It's impressive and efficient. But Canford Magna site is different.
It's not an industrial site, nor a dockyard. It's effectively greenbelt sandwiched between two densely populated residential areas of Bearwood and Merley. When the two big residential developments granted north of Bearwood and Merley for hundreds of houses all built out and occupied, this will coincide with the time the incinerator comes on stream. Those dwellings themselves will see hundreds of extra car movements every day, plus lorry and van movements that will be servicing them. I can understand that lorries will be bringing in rubbish. We'll now see fewer lorries leaving. There will still be some ash to get rid of. If you look at page 76 of your agenda, note paragraph 260. The whole impact on transport section is based on comments from the BCP transport officers. They've studied the applicant's own transport report. MVV admission is that there will be more traffic movements, but our transport officers do not raise an objection. On MVV's more likely scenario 2, set out in paragraph 15.5.24 on page 17 of their document, there's a 6.2% rise in 2027 expected. As the operation expands and MVV secures contracts saved from other councils such as New Forest and Wiltshire, the movements will drastically increase. Magna Road and Queen Anne Drive, with its junction with Gravel Hill plus Bearwood roundabout, have reached saturation point on traffic some years ago. Due to the two residential consents, basically, you need to recall, or you may not recall, what our officers said on the land north of Merley application to the 2022 committee. The officer said the development shows a peak hour generation of 400 vehicles per hour. That's extra car movements. Key junctions of Bear Cross and Magna Road, Queen Anne Drive are already at maximum capacity. At peak hour, no options for further expansion. They add 5% to the traffic. This was the situation in 2022 when the applicant MVV did their fieldwork for the report study. So I can't understand why the BCP transport officers now believe there is no issue on traffic if the incinerator goes ahead. So what will my residents do in 2027 when there's gridlock along Magna Road at 8 a.m? It was suggested in 2022 that if journey times increase, people would choose to travel at different times or change their mode of transport, or perhaps get so fed up they'll work from home. The MVV document based on 22 data is out of date. For the past couple of years, we've seen long queues of cars, lorries and buses headed west immediately outside the application site. This occurs between 7 and 9 a.m. weekdays. Particularly on highway grounds, I cannot support this application. I would remind the committee of the hundreds of objections against the scheme. You've looked at them online, many on highway grounds. I would ask the committee to vote to refuse. However, if the committee is minded to grant consent, subject to the many conditions already drafted, I would like one to be particularly modified. On page 109 is mention of delivery hours, paragraph 43. Access Monday to Saturdays between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m, plus 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. Sundays and public holidays with none on Easter. Should I not say Easter Sunday? Nor on Christmas or New Year's Day. I would humbly ask one of the committee members to submit an amendment to change this. Move it on 2 hours to 9 a.m. to 10 p.m, Monday to Saturday, keeping their Sunday and other hours as drafted. This will then push back the entry and departure of lorries and to a less congested period. The ability for mid-evening movements, potentially up to 10 p.m, will not inconvenience as much. I accept this cannot change the hours for the already permitted and operational waste processing facilities. Thank you for listening to me. I wish you the best in your deliberations later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. And the next speaker will be Councillor Richard Burton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also everybody who's been engaging with this application for the last 2.5 years. I'm speaking against the application for several reasons. There has been a waste facility here as long as everybody can remember. I actually found out today during this 1957. I couldn't find that by researching it myself. The former White's tip took landfill and waste industry has been associated with this area for many years. However, what was acceptable many years ago is not acceptable now. Over the years, our ward has become a large and expanding residential area. It's no longer the rural edge of Poole it once was. Also, before 1988, Camford Heath wasn't a SSSI. I'm quoting from the Savills website here. Camford Heath SSSI is part of the Dorset Heathland Special Protection Area. It is the largest lowland heath in the United Kingdom. It's on acidic soil and shallow peat. SSI is designed to protect areas of land or what are considered particularly valuable of their wildlife, geology and landform features. NPPF says development on land within or adjacent to a SSI should not have an adverse effect on it, either individually or cumulatively. This is one of the country's last fragments of lowland heath. Camford Heath is home to some of British rarest species. Not only a SSI, it is also a special protection area under European Community rules. Camford Heath is one of the few places left where the real sense can be felt of what the area of the south of England used to be like. British lowland heath is one of the rarest natural environments in the world. BCP Biodiversity Officer agrees with me. They say in the report, however, still consider the new building will be intrusive to the users of Camford Heath Nature Reserve and that it will have a negative impact on their enjoyment of this nature reserve. Remember, the whole of Bournemouth would once have looked like this. The hierarchy of waste has 6 levels. Landfills at the bottom, other recovery, which this is in 5th place. Recycling, reuse, keeping products longer and prevention are above. We need to move up the hierarchy, which this application is only 1 step above landfill. A facility this size in this location will block further movement to higher levels. As we move towards more recycling and prevention, the need to fuel energy from waste units will create a financial block to this happening, or see waste being brought in from further afield to feed the plant. The proximity principle is mentioned in the report, and we've heard about it today, and NVV documents is also mentioned at our public meeting that we held a few weeks ago. This principle that I totally agree with, if I totally understand it, that is, because I find it difficult to understand, because I can't find a definition of what the proximity means. The only reference that I can find it means within the region or a 2-hour drive. It would be good to get clarification around this. You've all received a letter from Vicky Slade where she comments on this. It's on the report on page 44, on item 44, page 109, that waste catchment in each operational year, no less than 50% by weight of the total waste feedstock that is incinerated should be sourced within the area which is adopted by BCP and Dorset Waste Plan. What Vicky suggests, and I will suggest as well, is that I am against this, but if it was to be passed, can we increase that to 75% within BCP and Dorset area? The application is also within the Greenbelt. Losing Greenbelt to future development is a rather sore point in Bearwood and Merley after the 2 large areas were removed recently. The application proposal is inappropriate development and therefore results in harm to the Greenbelt. You might argue that this is a newly classified grey belt, but I would suggest that this area of Greenbelt should be used to protect the special area which is the SSI. And NPFF states that inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the Greenbelt and should not be approved except in very special circumstances. The most important decision I think you'll make today is if there's very special circumstance, and if so, why? It is important due to the variety of rare wildlife that it supports and being a visually rare environment. This application risks this. The risk includes the high dust impact associated with the construction phase. This dust is likely to be high in nutrients and contaminants, which will be detrimental to the SSI. Operational impact associated with the energy backup generator. And it is noted that emissions of ammonia from the road traffic haven't been factored in. Ammonia being both alkaline and nitrogen-containing compound. I'm referring particularly to the construction traffic, which I think we can agree will be extra traffic. Also, the extra lighting needed for the site. Nighttime light is very problematic to wildlife of the SSI. Finally, the visual effect looking north from the heath will be hard to ignore. The sheer height and size of the building will make it stand out, and screening by trees won't be possible due to its size. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm glad you said the word finally, because I was about to stop you. And the third speaker, the last of the ward councillors, is Councillor David Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I've got a few points to make, some following the site visit this morning as well. I've lived in Bearwood for over 30 years now. I live in proximity to where this will be on King John Avenue. Firstly, wanted to talk about public consultation engagement. As ward councillors, we've been involved in discussions with hundreds of local residents, with the applicants, MVV. We visited one of their plants in Plymouth to really sort of understand the scale and operation of this proposal. And we recently arranged a public meeting at the Hamworthy Club, attended by a lot of local residents and attended by MVV, a number of objectors, and chaired by Vicky Slade MP. And I would like to note MVV's initial public meetings about this proposal back in January 2023, which alerted sort of local residents to what was being planned, and the start of the process to inform residents about this proposal. All of this publicity and correspondence with people, I just want members to realise, that's resulted in the 469 objections that are noted in the report, covering the whole range of concerns, as well as a substantial petition as well. As ward councillors, we've had many emails and calls and conversations on this, so planning committee members should be well aware of the strength of public feeling about this application and the level of concerns raised in the local community. I thank committee members for attending this morning's site visit, which is somewhat wet, which was much more enlightening, I think, than simply reading a planning committee report. In light of the site visit, I wanted to reference a few points. Firstly, I echo my colleague Councillor Burton's points about the Greenbelt, and I think members really need to make sure they're fully aware of the Greenbelt boundaries and the impact on the openness of the Greenbelt and the arguments around the openness of the Greenbelt. I've been involved in so many planning issues within the Greenbelt in my 18 years as a ward councillor about that Greenbelt between Bearwood and Merlin. I really just urge members to make sure they question the compliance of this application with Greenbelt policies and what they saw on their site visit with their own eyes with the proximity to Camford Heath. Furthermore, following questions I heard on the site visit, I just urge members to ensure they fully understand the nature of the proposed operations. Members saw the location, they saw the heavy goods vehicles already travelling in and out of the site for the current waste treatment operations, and members saw the baled residual waste that was being prepared for transportation off of the site to other incinerators elsewhere in the UK and Europe. But my understanding of the proposed operation on this application is that there would be no such baling taking place, as the residual waste would be deposited directly from refuse vehicles into the bunker in the tipping hall. So I think members need to be aware and understand how the site would operate. Probably the main concern that's been expressed to me by residents is relating to increased vehicle movements on Magna Road. And as my councillor colleague, Councillor Andrews, mentioned about the importance of thinking about the number of vehicle movements in relation to the major Camford Paddock development, which has already taken place, but also the 700 new homes which are under construction at Camford Vale, just north of Magna Road, in close proximity to this site, and the compounding effect of all of those together. So on balance, having considered a lot of the comments that have been made to me by residents, I just urge the committee members to think about those things, and actually I did urge them to refuse the application, primarily on the grounds of the impact on the openness of the Greenbelt and the impact on local highways. If the committee does look to approve the application, I do want to request a specific additional condition in response to some specific resident concerns about heavy goods vehicle travel through the Bearwood estate, which have been raised with me and which I've had discussions with people about. I have emailed the planning officer, but if a committee member might want to consider proposing or seconding an additional planning condition that the applicants be required to fund the installation of a restricted traffic zone requiring no heavy goods vehicles, so a 7.5 tonne limit, except for access across for the Bearwood residential area between Magna Road and Ringwood Road. That would require signage at 6 junctions, so Ringwood Road junction with Littlemore Avenue, High How Close, High How Lane and Fulwood Avenue, and Magna Road junctions with Shapland Avenue and King John Avenue. This condition I propose would be in the interest of road safety and resident amenity. The reasoning is that on occasions, when the Bear Cross roundabout is congested or when there have been roadworks on Magna Road, it is sometimes noticed that a number of heavy goods vehicles that seem to be going to the Camford Resource Park do travel through the estate near the local shopping centre and near the primary school. And Merley Estate already has such a traffic restriction preventing HGVs travelling through the Merley Estate, and I think the Bearwood Estate would need one as well. So I'd be grateful if a member could consider proposing that if it goes to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Brown. Just made it.
Yep.
Or just over. And we have one more speaker who is another councillor, but not for the ward in question, and that's Alistair Keddy.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak on this matter. I will be speaking against the application on the basis that this would cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, as has been discussed previously by a number of objectors, particularly Mr. Frampton, who eloquently put forward a number of the exceptions that are in play here. So, prior to the introduction of the revised MPPF, all development within the Greenbelt was considered inappropriate by default, unless it conformed to a very, very narrow set of exceptions. Historically, the application we have before us this afternoon would have been considered inappropriate by default and would have had to exceed a high bar of very special circumstances to be balanced against the weight of the harm to the Greenbelt. However, this application uses two new exceptions in the revised MPPF, which are largely untested in cases like this. In fact, I don't think the exceptions used in this application have been used for an energy from waste incinerator in a Greenbelt location before. So we are in new territory. The exceptions that are being brought forward are the concept of grey belt, which is being applied to the power station DNC portion of the development, and exception G under paragraph 154, which is being applied to the main building. Now, the DNC and the main site lay in two separate Greenbelt areas, as set out in the previous strategic Greenbelt assessments carried out in 2017 and 2020. It's important to note that the grey belt exception is only being applied to the DNC power station part of the development. It is not being applied to the whole site. Previously developed land under 154G is only being applied to the main building area. It is not being applied to the DNC land. This is set out explicitly in the officer's report under paragraphs 207 and 208. So members have to consider two different exceptions being applied to two different Greenbelt areas within the overall application. The committee must consider these exceptions separately and in the context of the parts of the application that they are being applied to. Exception 154G refers to, paraphrasing, complete redevelopment of previously developed land which would not cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt. I would urge the committee to carefully scrutinise exception 154G, paying careful attention to the substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt which would be caused by this development. The government has issued PPG guidance that states that openness is capable of having both spatial and visual aspects. This development has both, as set out by the BCP Council Urban Design Officers in their comments. Comments such as, this is undoubtedly a building of massive proportions. Its footprint would occupy almost the entire size of the site, would be in very close proximity to 3 of the 4 boundaries and dominant to the existing lower scale development. Although the proposed built form incorporates various roof heights to minimise the building's mass and the site's trees, mature vegetation, topography to provide some level of enclosure and visual screening, the proposed development is expected to change significantly the open character of the area, potentially causing adverse impacts on the surrounding environment and heritage assets, as we have heard from other objectors. This is mainly due to the larger scale and massing of the main building and the chimney's height and plume, which will be highly visible from some views. So to draw on some of the comments made previously and to give a conceptual idea of the size and impact and the spatial and visual attributes of this. The main building height of 50 metres is equivalent in height to a 15-storey tower block. With a volume of 294,000 cubic metres, it would accommodate nearly 3,000 double-decker buses. Imagine that for a moment. 3,000 double-decker buses stacked 15 stories high on the edge of a nature reserve and a triple SI with a 110-metre high chimney producing a permanent plume of toxic smoke. Openness is also affected by the need to develop an adjacent parcel of greenbelt land in the form of the DNC, which lays outside of the allocated site in a separately designated greenbelt area, which was P017 in the 2020 Greenbelt Assessment, also designated in the 2017 Greenbelt Assessment.
Thank you, Councillor Keddy. You've now exceeded
I have one
5
sentence,
minutes.
and it's very, very quick. It is clear this building would cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt. Exception 154G should not apply here. In the absence of 154G, this application would constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt without any supporting very special circumstances and should be refused. Thank you, Chair. And
Thank you. So that is the last of the speakers. We should be moving on to questions and debate from the committee, but I'm suggesting we take a 5-minute comfort break now, and then hopefully we could do the rest in one through session. Okay, so 5 minutes or slightly more. So the recording will be paused at this point. So welcome back, everybody, to the resumed Western BCP Planning Committee. And we move now to questions from members about what you've heard, what you've seen, what you've read, specifically questions of fact. At this stage, we're not debating it, so no opinions, but questions for information. I have Councillor Rice and then Councillor Adams.
Hi, yes, we raised this at the site visit and we discussed that we would speak about it here. Members of the public have raised that there was an area that looked as if it was green back in 2020 and then it was tarmacked over. So would you be able to clarify if that had planning permission?
Do you want me to clarify why that hard standing has got planning permission or not, or do you want me to clarify if that land should be considered previously developed?
Both. I think it would probably, because I think it links in whether it's had planning permission or it needs to have planning permission to be considered previously developed, I thought. But.
Well, the land is considered previously developed land, not because of that hard standing, but because of the fact that, to start with, this land is allocated for waste development by Waste Plan 2019. The Waste Plan 2019 identifies an area by red line and says this is previously developed land. Now, you have to look at the inspector's decision. So waste plan was adopted following public examination, and an inspector had looked at the waste local plan. Paragraph 31, and I'm reading from the inspector's report now. Paragraph 31 of inspector's report for waste plan states, verbatim, there are 2 allocated sites in the green belt shown on insets 7 and 8, but they are existing developed sites. The land covered by both allocations is occupied by buildings and structures, and in this respect, the allocations are consistent with national policy on green belt. The site at Canford Magna is to be extended, and that's the area we are talking about now. This is to be extended to include a small area occupied by a lagoon which was constructed as part of the drainage system for an adjacent landfill site. So the area where you have seen the hard standing today was actually a lagoon, which is man-made, which was constructed as a drainage system for the landfill site. And as you are aware, engineering operations are considered development. So the site already was developed. It was not a greenfield site as represented by some of the neighbors. So the hard standing probably hasn't got planning permission, and by the evidence given by the neighbors to officers, it appears that it's not yet 4 years. However, we haven't got the evidence saying that it's not 4 years either. So for the hard standing to be lawful, it should have been erected by May 2021. We have evidence that by July 2021, the hard standing was already fully completed. So on balance of probability, the hard standing would probably become lawful by passage of time now. However, we haven't got the evidence yet in either way. But an inspector's report, which was written following public examination, will have to be given substantial weight, which said that the site was actually, this land where the hard standing is now, was part of a drainage lagoon, which was constructed, man-made, under operational development. And that's the reason why the site is considered previously developed land. Have I made clear?
Okay, Councillor Adams and then Councillor.
Sorry, did Councillor Rice want to come back on those comments? I saw you reaching for the mic.
Sorry, I thought you just got the one question.
No, well, it was just on clarification with regards to the 4 years. The fact that it had been there for 4 years, what does that mean?
So for the purpose of enforcement and operational development, which was substantially completed prior to 25th of April 2024, the 4-year rule applies. That means if that operational development is present for continuous 4 years, no enforcement action has been taken, then it becomes lawful by passage of time.
Councillor Adams.
I'd be interested in the officer's response to the comments from the second objector, Mr. Frampton, specifically on the reports from the other incinerator, the Portland one, and the inspectorate decision that sort of says about the fact that it's obviously on the greenbelt. Is the difference between the timing of that report and now the fact that we've got this new grey belt distinction? Is that why it would then, the comments made by the inspector in the Portland case would be treated differently? Secondly, with the waste argument, in our waste plan, does it cater or allow for a significant over provision of capacity, in the sense that if we've got some approved that make the capacity, this would take it way over? Is the waste plan a minimum, or is there a maximum in the waste plan? And what weight can we give to that? Sorry if it's a bit wordy.
Do you want me to answer? Take that. Thank you, Chair. I will, the first one, I'll try and answer first, and then if I forget the second one, please remind me again. Yeah. So your first question was the Portland inspector's assessment of the scheme. The Portland inspector made it very clear that at the end of the day, this planning application at Canford will be determined by BCP planning team and planning committee. So the inspector said this decision, the Portland appeal decision, actually doesn't have any bearing on the Canford, because it is BCP's application, it's BCP's planning committee and planning team. They should be the decision maker. However, inspector did identify issues because he had to. The Portland application was relying on a different policy, which is policy 4 of the waste local plan, because Portland is not allocated site for waste. So it was required for the inspector to compare an unallocated sites application to an allocated sites application and say that the unallocated sites application will be better than the allocated sites application. And that's how he justified the granting planning permission. However, inspector never said that because of that permission granted, this now should be refused. I mean, unless I have read the inspector's decision wrong, I could be, but someone then have to tell me. But inspector never said that granting that permission means that this should be refused. So, and my report contains reasons why the issues inspector identified and how it plays out in Canford application. So that's the first. And I think your second question was regarding the capacity and over provision, isn't it? If you look at the waste plan, the waste need as identified in the waste local plan was 234. However, waste local plan had allocated 4 sites. And if you look at the capacity together for these 4 sites, it was 385-ish. I can't remember the number exactly, but about 385. And the reason for the overcapacity was the local plan identified that not all sites are going to come forward. So the local plan said over provision gives us flexibility that what if one allocated site doesn't get built, then at least we'll have another option for that. So it's there in the waste local plan. And that's exactly what the DEFRA capacity note says, that simply because we have consented schemes, shouldn't be assumed that all of them are going to come forward. And at the end is the market, because these developments are, as we have heard from the developer, it's hundreds of millions of pounds investment. And nobody's going to make that investment unless they are very sure that they would have the feedstock coming in, which is commercial decision. So unless you have that market assurance, these are not going to be built. And that's what is already considered in the waste local plan making process. And that's why overcapacity was considered. But of course, waste local plan never considered the Portland site that was not allocated.
Sorry, Councillor Martin, then Councillor.
I've
I've got to.
Oh, hang on.
No, I was just going to add one further point to what was made, just because I think what might have been alluded to is it's also true to say that, of course, the MPPF was changed between the inspector's decision and the situation you have now, and the changes to the MPPF did make changes to both paragraph 154G and, of course, introduced the concept of grey belt. I think that might have been partly what was being alluded to.
That was what I was hinting at. I was listening to the training, yes.
Right, councillor Martin.
This is probably, I might have misunderstood this, but the carbon capture is going to be retrofitted. So some questions leading on from that is, when is it going to be fitted? And why can't the carbon capture be fitted at the time of the initial construction? And what's the impact of not fitting it immediately? You know, possibly environmental, financial impact. Have I got it wrong? Is it going to be fitted immediately?
You want me to? Yeah. So, as I can understand it, and obviously I'm not an environmental expert, as I can understand it, the carbon capture technology is not ready yet. So that's the reason why it cannot be developed or cannot be included at this moment. The comparison of environmental impact of without it and with it, I really do not have that information to give you this moment. But it will become a requirement to have carbon capture fitted going forward from 28th of February 2026. However, this scheme, if it's built before that, they will not be required. Probably, would you like to let the agent answer that question? Maybe they may have more information, but, or, no.
Someone's saying, are you saying you can't hear? Yeah, I think you're not talking into the mic quite like you were to start with. Yeah. Would you like to move nearer and then you can hear more acoustically and less on the amplification? It's all right if they sit on the speaker's row now, isn't it? If it helps.
Can I continue with that? Just,
yeah.
We have so at this moment, we do not know when the carbon capture will be fitted. However, if members want assurance, then we can include a condition saying an annual report to be submitted to monitor when the carbon capture can be delivered or how the environmental impact of this development is going to happen.
Maybe it could be a condition like within however long of the
maybe annual
facility,
report or,
the technology being available, it must be. I don't know. I'd need advice on that, but maybe something along those lines.
Again, Chair, if I can.
Yes, Mr. Firth.
So I'll just wait for the people to stop speaking. Thank you, Chair. If I can try and assist on that, or at least assist on the question that was asked as best I can. So I think the simple answer, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, is the scheme doesn't propose carbon capture as part of the actual proposal, so it's not part of it yet. It believes that the view of the applicant is that sufficient land is made available to provide carbon capture when it is able to be delivered. And there is no obligation, as I understand at this moment, for it to provide carbon capture. That will be coming on in due course, but obviously we're dealing with the application before us now. So that, I think, might give the answers to the questions. As far as whether you can address it through condition, I think what the case officer was suggesting was, well, the indication from the applicant up to now is that something they would be bringing forward when the opportunity arrives. It may well require planning permission in its own right to do so. But I think what was being suggested, and the officer can confirm this, they're probably thinking of a condition along the lines of a sort of regular update from the applicant as to progress as and when that technology gets established and is capable of being introduced.
Okay, Councillor Sidaway, and then Councillor Chapman-Law, and then Councillor Salmon.
There's a member of the public who's being quite noisy and is extremely distracting. Could we ask him to just quiet down a little bit, please?
Absolutely. Please, no disturbance from the members of the public or other councillors or whatever.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the table 7 in the document that you had on a slide. And I know we talked a bit about capacity. In fact, we've talked quite a lot about capacity, but I still want to clarify some points. From 2023, so the projected risings need, it's going up by 13,000 and then up by another 20,000. And I don't quite understand why that would be continuing to go up. And I think that is the underlying question that we're going to all have on capacity is the capacity there to sustain this? And therefore, are any of the other numbers actually correct? Because I think I'll add that then. The data was 2019, I believe, that we were using. 6 years, a load has changed. I mean, in 6 months, a load is changing in recycling and packaging. So I think that is an area that feels to me like it might be out of date and might be leading us down a different track.
So again, Dorset Council, in their public inquiry defense for Portland, had suggested that the waste local plan is now outdated and the waste arising is significantly lower, but inspector dismissed that position. The reason being the Dorset Council was relying on allocated and unallocated sites, the policies in the waste plan. The whole waste plan is based on the waste need. If the need itself is rejected, then you cannot rely on any of the policies of the waste plan, right? So the inspector dismissed it, and inspector said that the waste local plan, including the waste need as identified, are all up to date, and that's the position I have. So these numbers will have to be considered as given. To your question, why the waste arising or the need is going up, it's probably because of the increasing number of the population and dwellings in this area. And this table was prepared against the local housing need analysis and how the housing growth was going to take place. In terms of the capacity for existing recovery and landfill, as you can see from this table, it was actually going down. So the capacity was in 2015, 214. By 2033, the capacity is going to go down by 125. And that's because the landfills are now closed. So the landfill will not have any capacity, basically. So
I understand that. I think it's the top level that's causing me some doubts on that. I have another question. Why does the chimney need to be 110 metres tall if we're led to believe that what's coming out is not harmful to human health?
As I can understand, this needs to be 110 meters tall to avoid the plumes impacting the heathlands. That was the requirement by Natural England to chimney to be that tall. So probably because I'm sitting back and talking to council. Yes, sorry. No.
Talk to Marion.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yes. So as I can understand, the chimney has to be 110 meters tall because Natural England considered at that height, the plume going out will not have any direct or significant impact on the heathlands. So just to prevent impact on heathlands. However, it couldn't be, 110 is like an optimized height, because beyond that, then it impacts the flight path even more. So to prevent impacting on heathlands and flight path, it had to be 110.
Okay, I have just two follow-ups on the chimney, if I may. How different is the plume from the current chimney that's only 35 metres to the one that's going to be there 110 metres? And one more to go after that.
I have not seen any plume from the current chimney.
It's not in use. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So it's interesting why that one was 35 and the new one is 110, I guess, was the point I was raising. The other question I wanted to ask about the chimney and air traffic is, when we met last time, and forgive me if I've got this wrong, I'm absolutely certain it was said that Bournemouth Airport were waiting on perhaps some assistance with building something, an inducement to remove their objection.
I believe that the position even now, they haven't removed their objection, but they said they're very close to a solution, working with the applicants. So for the purpose of determining this planning application, unless the objection is physically openly removed by Bournemouth Airport, we cannot see no objection. But because, again, they are suggesting they're very close to a solution, working with applicants, that's why we have suggested the third recommendation. Now, probably Mr. Firth will be in a better position to explain that, but do you want to understand that now? Because I remember. Okay.
Yeah, I think the thing we felt last time was sorry, Rob. that it's either an objection because a plane's going to fly into it, or it's not. If it's going to be effectively a bribe to remove their objection, then I think we should discuss that.
Chair, I can only answer this partially because I don't actually know in any personal detail as to the reasons why they're objecting or not. And hear what the case officer says, and I can't disagree with that. I just don't know the answer to that. I can speak in the general principles as I understand them, and the general principles as I understand them is you basically currently have a standing objection from the airport, and that is reflecting the various directions and their need to consult with the airports for this sort of application. They have indicated, as I understand it, that they've virtually solved the problem, whatever the solution might be, and I don't know what the solution might be, and I don't know why they think there's a solution that's needed. I can't answer those 2 points, but they virtually solved the problem. So that leaves us in the situation, what do we do with that? Well, strictly speaking, as I understand the direction, and it's 2002 direction that's relevant, if you were to seek to approve this application with a standing objection from an airport, with a safeguarded airport, which is what I understand Bournemouth to be, if you were to refuse it, seek to approve it, then that would automatically trigger a requirement to consult with to notify the Civil Aviation Authority, and they would presumably then take a view as to whether they want to seek, presumably consent from Secretary of State, or get it called in or not, as they consider it appropriate. But it'd trigger a need to consult with them and notify them of that indicative decision to approve. Conversely, if, as appears to be the case, we are at a position where it's almost going to be solved, the suggestion is that rather than just go through that process, if members are minded to approve, and of course this is predicated on whatever members might decide in due course, the suggestion is to make a change to the recommendation to give power to the head of planning operations to be satisfied at that point. And then if it transpired there was a need for a condition or an obligation, because we don't know exactly what might come out of those discussions, then that would be available to the head of planning to deal with that. So it's a recognition that there's a technical issue. We haven't got a solution yet. We thought there might be a solution yet, as I understand it, but it hasn't yet come forward. And so that's the suggestion. That's not to say members couldn't impose a condition if they felt that was appropriate. But the reality is, because you still got standing objection, that would still trigger the need to then go for a formal consultation and notify the Civil Aviation Authority who sought to approve the permission, albeit with the condition.
And are we not allowed to be concerned about the source of removing the condition?
Ultimately, well, you can ask those questions. I can't give the answer to those questions. I guess the point is, from a planning point of view, if the best indication we have is it's a solution that's coming forward, it is going to be resolved. So yes, there might be a reason behind it. I can't tell you what those reasons are. But the point is, what are the planning harms that are derived from that? Well, I guess what I'm really telling you is that our indication is whatever those harms might be are going to be addressed in the near future. If they're not addressed, then that will be addressed. If we go through our recommendation, that would be something which the head of planning operations would need to pick up. But alternatively, you remain concerned. The suggestion was to impose a condition, and you can do that. And what that'll trigger is a need to consult with the Civil Aviation Authority. I mean, I can't say much more. I would say, I'm not saying you can't factor in, you wouldn't necessarily want to understand the situation. Well, the understanding is best we're able to provide to you at this moment, as I understand it, is it's to do with some funding issue, and I can't tell you any more than that, personally.
Councillor Salmon?
Was it me next?
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, it was councillor Chapman Law, but in fact he wasn't. I think he wasn't asking a question. He was making another point, which we've dealt with.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yeah, so I have a few questions, but my first one was about the viewpoints and the photographs and the impressions that we saw, and one of the objectors made reference to some that we didn't see. I don't know if there's any possibility, I think I asked about this at the site visit as well, of seeing an impression from specifically from the Camford Heath side, because that's something that's also referred to in the by the biodiversity officer as being that being quite a significant visual impact for users of Camford Heath for the proposed development. People on the Heath seeing that very large scale new building. So is there any further visuals that we can see at this point that could help us to help us out with that bit, because I don't think we've seen any. That's my first question.
So the LVIA landscape visual impact assessment, those 7 photo montages that were provided are all agreed between the council and the applicants. Laird Bailey, as council's external consultants, had worked with the applicants and said these are the points where the maximum impact is expected. So could we have photo montages for these viewpoints? And those were those photo montages were provided by the applicants because these were agreed between council and the applicants.
Okay, there was a reference from one of the objectors to our landscape architects and some other viewpoints. So can you comment on that? That there were other viewpoints that we haven't seen today. Can you able to comment on that?
7, I think, of photo montages provided, or maybe 2 more later. All of them are available on the website with the applications document. I have shown you 5 of them.
Okay. So may I ask another question? I have a question around the some of the response from the BCP Heritage Officer. It's on page 29 of the report, paragraph 46. They note that the heritage harm was less than significant on the moderate level, and this harm should be considered exceptional. I'd like to understand that a little bit more, and I don't know if we have someone. Do we have a heritage officer here to speak to that? I did wonder if hearing from them directly might help.
No, the heritage officers are on leave this week, so we do not have heritage officer here, but I can maybe explain in terms of policy. So there are 2 paragraphs the heritage officer was referring from NPPF, and finally there is actually a clarification addendum to the heritage officer's report, which is published later. The heritage officer meant paragraph 215, but heritage officer by mistake, it was a mistake in mentioning paragraph 213.
You're still turning.
I'm sorry. Sorry, can you all hear me?
Can you imagine you're talking to
okay,
me?
We'll do.
And then
We'll do. Sorry, we'll do. So heritage officer mentions paragraph 215 for less than substantial harm, and then again paragraph 213 where she says it should be exceptional. Actually, paragraph 213, although it refers to the settings of heritage assets, it's in relation to where there is a significant harm to the setting, and then that needs to be justified. However, because the harm identified was less than substantial, it's the paragraph 215 of the NPPF, which requires less than substantial harm needs to be weighed against benefits. And there was actually an addendum sheet from heritage officer correcting the paragraph references.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, different matter. Just a clarification around the area that's called TCC2, and it forms part of the red line plan that we have in our reports. I understand from the report that
is not going to be used by the applicant has stated they're not going to use TCC2 area. My question is therefore, why is it still within the red line area if it's not going to be used? What's the implication of leaving it within that area? Will there be permission to use that bit of land that's therefore not going to be used? So just a clarification there, please.
So the TCC2 was part of the original application, because at the time of making original application, the applicants were not clear about which TCCs they're going to use. However, Natural England had objected because TCC2 is really close to heathlands and it's going to have impact. Following Natural England's objection on TCC2, it was agreed that TCC2 will not be used as part of this application. However, changing the red line means then we had to go through public consultation once again, further delays in the application, and that's the reason why it was decided to include a condition saying TCC2 will not be used at all.
Chair, if I may, just to again try and assist slightly. So part of the question was the implications. Well, I think one of the implications and an answer to part of that might be if you have a look at condition 47 of the recommendations that I believe, and I'll be again be told if I'm wrong on this, imposes a condition which says at no time shall temporary construction compound 2, as shown in the 2 plan, be used for any purpose associated with any part of the development. So the matter is sought to be addressed by the condition preventing its future use.
Thank you, that does answer that question. So there is a condition suggested to prevent the use of that area. Thank you. Do you want to let someone else have to? I've got more questions, but
yeah, I'm going to jump in now because I would like the case officer to expand a bit more on the green belt grey belt issue and what is now of that area is now considered grey belt with the new government decision and classification of grey belt.
So as the report identifies, I have assessed only the area where DNC is proposed for as grey belt test, because where the main building is proposed, as I have already explained, it is previously developed land, and applying paragraph 154G, then I have assessed that against complete redevelopment of a previously developed land. I've told members why I considered that as previously developed land, even though I've received the photographs from neighbors, because of the public examination. An inspector's report from a public examination clearly says that the site was previously developed land. So applied the test from paragraph 154G, which states that the limited infilling or partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land which would not cause substantial harm to the openness of greenbelt. Now, it is a subjective test, whether harm is substantial or not. I've given you reasons why officers do not consider this development to result in a substantial harm, because there will be an increase in footprint from the baseline by 38%. But as I said, the building is not going to encroach into an open green belt. It's already within the previously developed land, as confirmed by an inspector. So this is not going to go into additional greenbelt land. And just for a reference, in 2009, an inspector allowed an appeal on this site for a building of 90 meters multiplied by 100 meters of footprint. So 9,000 square meters of footprint for building on this land, which is 10,000 square meters more than the proposed building, and said it's acceptable. So footprint, it's, in my opinion, is not going to have any harm to the openness of greenbelt. In terms of the volume of the building, the volume is going to be 4 times greater than the volume of what's currently been there compared to the baseline. You can say that the volumetric increase can have harm to the openness of the greenbelt. However, as I've mentioned in my report, court case law has already warned simple volumetric exercise shouldn't be applied for greenbelt openness assessment. Rather, it needs to be understood as the context of the site. So looking at the context of the site, my assessment is that the volume increase will not cause substantial harm. It's going to be harmful, but not substantial harm to then say it's going to be harmful to the openness of Greenbelt. So that's how I have progressed for the previously developed land section. For the grey belt part, the question is, will this site, which is 0.27 hectares of land set aside for the DNC compound, will that cause, or will development on this land would have some harm for the purposes of Greenbelt, purpose A, B, and D, for the three purposes of Greenbelt, right? Purpose A of Greenbelt is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. PPG in February 2025 has given indicators of how to assess these three parameters of Greenbelt for purpose A, B, and D. So for purpose A, is given indicators for strong, moderate, and weak contributions. These are all included in page 51 and 52 of the officer report. Applying these indicators from PPG, officer consider that for the purpose of A, Greenbelt, the cited DNC makes moderate contribution, but for purposes of B and D, makes weak or no contribution. And as such, as a balance, it's considered that the site does not fundamentally undermine the purposes of Greenbelt in that particular location. And as we have seen today, that area is quite contained by trees and all that. So that's how we have arrived at the Greybuilt conclusion.
Thank you. I know Councillor Sidaway got a question. There was another one over here. I think it was, yes, Councillor Martin. Right, and Councillor Rice. Right, we'll have those three on. Councillor Salmon. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I have a few questions on. We're just talking about heritage and views and things like that. You said officers decided the weighting of the impact. What officers?
So it's decided the case officer finally makes the balanced decision.
So,
yeah.
Okay. That was only because you said it. I thought I'd just double check that. I had written down here in paragraph 221, it says overall officers, that's heritage officers, consider the proposal impact will be less than substantial if weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. But up in paragraph, I think it's 210, it says, it talks about PP 30 of the pool local plan, and then that was basically ignored because it was said that it was, I have to find the right section, broadly consistent. So I sort of wondered, were they saying that it was okay as long as that was taken into account, and then you didn't take it into account? So at what point did they say it was okay? If that's not confused, because I made these notes a few days ago.
Paragraph 210 actually talks about the local plan policies on heritage. Yeah. So policy PP 30 is the pool local plans policy on heritage. However, the pool's policy does not talk about the harm to heritage assets needs to be balanced against public benefit, which is what the NPPF paragraph 215 requires.
Okay.
Because of that, the pool's PP 30 policy is not aligned with NPPF and can be considered not fully compliant with the national policy. However, the waste plans policy on heritage mentions the public benefits of any impact on heritage assets needs to be balanced. And that's why the waste plans heritage policies are more aligned with NPPF and up to date, and that should be applied.
I think while you're reading that note, I'll just say, I think my note was saying that there were some mitigation measures that I can't quite see in that section now that were not going to be taken into account? And I wonder if the mitigation measures were actually what made them say, yes, it's okay. But if you took them out, are they now changing that statement?
So there was 3 or 4 mitigation measures requested by Heritage Officer. One of them was to reinstate the carriage drive from Canford School towards Magna Road. However, this particular application does not impact that route at all. So requesting for a planning obligation to develop that particular piece of work, heritage work, would not be justifiable. That's why that was.
No, and I understood that when I read it. I just wondered if that was if they would change their view if they'd known that. But let's move on. My last point really is around the photos. Why do we let the applicant decide which photos you're going to put in front of us, which viewpoints? And can we have the ones you do have sent to us? Because I think I'd quite like to sort of have them in front of me as we're talking. I think that'd be, rather than keep going back to them, just to remind ourselves. And my last point on it was Bull Barrows. Is that Bridleway 23?
Can I come back one at a time? So regarding the photographs, it was not this applicant's deciding. It was decided through the environmental scoping opinion, and at the time of LVIA preparation, Laird Bailey was actually involved with identifying the sites. Now the council does not have an officer who is expert in LVIA assessments. So you have to go out and secure, just like how we secure DVS to assess the viability reports. Similarly, we went out and secured Laird Bailey's support through LVIA, and Laird Bailey had worked with the applicants and decided these were the viewpoints where the maximum impact is expected.
Can you tell us what the other viewpoints would have been?
I was not part of that conversation, unfortunately. It happened with the previous case officer. Sorry.
It was about the, I was confusing obviously Bridleway 23 with Bull Barrows, and could we see the images?
Bull Barrow is closer to the building from Bridleway 23. So the view you could see from Bridleway 23 is the setting of the Bull Barrow, but it's farther. So Bull Barrow is between the Bridleway 23 and the building.
So it'll look bigger.
Depends. I've not been to that point, but could be.
Okay, can we see the images then, please? I think if they can just be sent to us so we can have look at them as we're talking about things, I think would be really helpful.
Oh.
It will be easier if it's on the screen and then we don't have to keep flicking with documents. Councillor Sidaway, was that your last question? I'm not sure about the for now, because we need to be moving on fairly soon.
So currently these are, what I'm showing you are the existing views. So that's the existing view from Bridleway 118. That's the existing view from Magna Road. That's the existing view from Canford. So it's footpath 23 that crosses Canford School's playgrounds. So footpath 38 at Coal Hill. That's the view from the Sang parking, I think. Am I correct? Yeah, I think, yes. So that's one set of views. Just hold on a second. These are it's going to take some time because they're heavy images.
Chair, whilst we're waiting for that, I wonder if I can help Councillor Sidwell and going back to this issue about the listed buildings, try and sort out some positions on that. As again, my understanding, I'll be told otherwise if I'm wrong. So as I understand it, the Heritage Officer's position, just because I think that's really was focus of your inquiries, was that in their view, there is an impact on various listed buildings, and I'm just looking at their consultation response sitting before me now, and that would include the Grade 1 listed former manor, and they assume similarly Camford Village and Oakley Conservation Area, and certain locally listed buildings as well. So that I believe is their position. Their reference to exceptional is, I think, a little confusing. But I think my best understanding of that, and that's all I can offer, my best understanding of that, Chairman, is it's probably alluding back to a quote, referencing paragraph 213 of the MPPF, which I know members will be familiar with. And what that says is any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification, members know. It then goes on to talk about substantial harm to or loss of a range of buildings, including Grade 1, 2 star, should be wholly exceptional, but that's in the context of substantial harm. The view, as I understand it, of the Heritage Officer is there's less than substantial harm, and so actually the test then, as far as the MPPF is concerned, would be paragraph 215, as far as designated heritage assets is concerned, which I believe is referenced in the report, and obviously is less than substantial harm, should be weighed against public benefits of the pros, including its optimum viable use. So I think maybe the answer to your question was the Heritage Officer has identified in their view concerns. What you were getting were the views of the officer who's looked at this application, and obviously they've taken a different view on certain aspects. Does that help answer the question?
I don't think this image is going to load. Yeah, probably because I'm not plugged into system. Yeah. So they're all available on. Which documents? These I've downloaded in my lab. Oh, has it? No, it has not. No, it's not loaded. So no. These documents are titled as Environmental Statement, Appendix 12.1, Landscape and Visual Impacts, Part 1 of 6, 2 of 6, 3 of 6, 4 of 6, 5, 6. And they were submitted with the original application back in 2023. And subsequently, addendum was
okay, I won't take any more time with that. Let's move on while I'm trying to find.
Thank you. So now it's Councillor Martin first, and then Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Basically, a lot's been made of, and we're looking at how it looks from the structure will look from a distance, but close up, I was thinking there might be some advantages. I'm not sure, but will the new structure will encapsulate all that area, won't it? You said before, and I can't help thinking that, what we saw today, there's lots of little bitty exercises going on all over the place. The site smells terrible. And I was thinking that if you've got one big building encapsulating the whole lot, will that help with the smell? Will that reduce the smell quite a bit? And also, would it be easy to control vermin and things? Because like when we drove up today, there was like rubbish all over the place. It looked like a rat party. You know what I mean? It's. I was just thinking because that vermin will impact on the local flora and fauna, and the more you've got coming in, it will be worse. I just wondered if the new building, if it's anticipated, it will help to control that problem because it's all inside. It's easy to control the rats. It's easy to control the smell.
So to clarify, the new building is going to replace what you have seen on the low energy facility site, not the entire Canford site. So the MRF and MBT buildings are going to remain. So the first two buildings, which we haven't visited, are going to remain.
Yeah.
We're going to replace the development that you have seen on the low carbon facility site, which you have rightly pointed out, that includes a building, chimney, lots and lots of other things, plant and machinery. And yes, this building is going to be completely enclosed. So starting from tipping the waste to treating it, everything is going to be happening indoors. So nothing is going to be stored outside. There will not be any storage of waste. So no, well, I cannot guarantee that's not going to happen, but my understanding is that that's because it's going to be indoor. That's going to we'll have better control of birds and vermins and things like that. In terms of the smell, the idea is to drag the air from the room where all the waste is going to be stored, which is ID03, to pull air from that room and use that air for incineration. That's how the smell is going to be controlled. So the smell comes from the waste where it's stored. If you remove the air from that room and use that air for incineration, then the smell also, it's the odor, the element which creates odor gets burnt.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So it will improve. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, I've got a second question. I can't find it now. Sorry. No. Oh yeah. Is there going to be an intention to import waste from outside the BCP area, and will that be a financial benefit to us, or getting more heat? Anything? Will we benefit from that in any way? Oh, yeah, I've got the microphone.
In terms of importing waste, I cannot comment completely on it, but there is a condition included in this in officer recommendation that if permission is granted, it should be conditioned that 50% of the waste that will be incinerated must come from BCP and Dorset, the waste plan area. So that's a condition, suggested condition.
Can I just point out, because I happen to have got it on screen, it's condition 44.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I've still got several questions. Leading on from that question, though, in terms of the condition, if that was the case, I know of Sheffield Incinerator started off with a condition that they would only use local waste, and then they said it wasn't financially viable after it had been up and running. So then they expanded it to the county. Then they came back and said it's not financially viable, and now they're importing from the whole of the UK. So are you able to confirm that condition would absolutely stay, or would it be down to financial viability?
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Chair, the simple legal position to that is, well, if you grant permission with the condition, an applicant can come along and seek to vary that condition through an application. Whether it's granted or not would then be an assessment that would have to be made on the evidence that was available at the time. So I guess the simple answer to your question is you can't say absolutely that condition will always remain. It would depend on a future assessment if the applicant sought to remove it and could justify its removal.
And the financial viability is a reasonable, a potential reasonable reason.
I can't say it is a potential issue that could be factored into the deliberations. Whether it's correct or not, I can't tell you, because I'd be preempting and having to just anticipate.
It's just whether that is something that's ever used to argue that conditions are changed. It sounds as if that is the
I think
argument that's used.
in theory it could be used, I would say, off the top of my head.
So I suppose that relates to the proximity point. The one of the speakers gave the proximity principle as an argument for giving planning permission. I was just wondering whether that is actually a material planning consideration.
What members we are considering today is a waste application. So National Planning Policy for Waste is relevant here. National Planning Policy for Waste talks about proximity principle. So it is material consideration.
But we can't ensure, sounds as if we can't ensure that proximity, we could be taking it from within the UK. Waste.
That's the reason why the condition 50% should come from BCP is included.
And can you confirm whether the carbon capture facility then, whether that's a material consideration for this site? Because there's lots of things, like if there was a carbon capture facility, my understanding is that it's only going to capture 70% of carbon released, and it may not be built for 20 years. Or so I was just wondering if it's relevant for this. Like how does that balance in the?
As I have mentioned earlier, you want to come in, Wendy, or shall I? As I mentioned earlier, carbon capture will become a mandatory requirement for environmental permit from 28th of February 2026. And that's through environment agencies permitting. It's not planning applications considerations at this moment. So having carbon capture as an area is added benefit.
That can't be up and running carbon capture, is it, by 2026?
Any new environmental permit that somebody needs to apply for going since after 28th of February 2026 must demonstrate carbon capture. So if they cannot demonstrate, they will not get environmental permit. That's my understanding.
Can I just intervene? Presumably it means carbon capture readiness rather than, because, I mean, the technology doesn't exist now in less than a year. I presume it's not going to be up and running either.
I'm not an expert here. All I can say is what I've read in the documents.
So what we've just been talking about is in relation to the EA. So the EA had a consultation at the end of last year, and they are explicit that new requirements for decarbonisation readiness will be amended following some change to regulations, and so that new or substantially refurbished electricity generators within scope must provide and maintain a plan to decarbonise. But that is only going to apply in England to permit applications. So that's applications which are being considered by the EA. And as we've already heard, this has obviously been submitted significantly in advance because the EA have now approved their profile. So that will apply in England to permit applications submitted to the Environment Agency on or after the 28th of February 2026. So we are obviously dealing with a situation whereby we're aware that that's an intention coming, and the report flags what's in the current DEFRA capacity note, because the capacity note is something that we can take into account. So we've tried to explain the reality of the situation, but inherently the carbon capture readiness component really relates to the licensing. And as I say, a license has been given.
And then with regards to the heritage harm, can I just confirm that the terminology that was used, can't quite remember it now, but it does state that there will be some harm, that does acknowledge that there will be some harm, and that is harm that can be taken into balance. Yeah.
That's correct. That's correct.
Councillor Salmon.
Thank you. I did just have one more question, which was referring back to an issue that was raised by one of the objectors around mental health impacts, and I think also there was a request that came from Councillor Rice via email a couple of days ago about whether we could look at that in committee and whether there's somebody here. But I think there was a request for an officer who might be able to speak to that specifically, the mental health side of public health.
I'm not sure. I mean, I stand to be corrected. I'm not actually sure that that is something for this committee to consider. Somebody, but not us, I think. But I stand to be corrected.
Does mental health not an aspect of health and health? Public health is something.
But it's not a planning.
Chair, we'll pick it up.
But the experts will clarify.
Hi, just to take a step back. So underpinning this application is an environmental statement, and as part of that is a consideration of human health. So this document is scientific, it's based on scientific research that's been undertaken. And there's a supporting document and a section that goes through it. So that is based on a scientific understanding of the health impacts from this type of application. That has not identified mental health as one of the key factors. It's indeed stated in a presentation that on the 9th of June, the Health Security Agency published a sort of literature review about human health and implementation of waste incineration. Again, that did not consider or list mental health as a significant criterion. However, it is acknowledged that obviously if there is anxiety or concerns around incinerator, that could have negative feelings which could impact someone's mental health. But in light of this empirical evidence, it's not considered to be a significant material consideration in this determination of the application.
No evidence, and it doesn't cover mental health at all.
Oh, thank you for answering my question.
Was it just that one?
That was the only one I had left, yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Downer.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go...
Before you go on, after this question, can you only put your hand up if you've got something really burning that has, sorry, that's not a good choice of word, is it? that hasn't been considered yet, because it's now 3:45 and we've been here for getting on for 3 hours, and so I think we need to be progressing to debate very soon.
Okay, well, I do have 4 questions. So I'm going to go back to the issue around carbon capture retrofits. And it's mentioned a lot in this application and it comes up as an added benefit. And based on what's been discussed earlier on, when we haven't got the technology yet, it's going to be something that's going to be part of the requirements in the future. Why are we considering this now and using that as an added benefit when it just feels like we're rushing this through? So why is it mentioned so many times in the application if it's not a consideration? That's my first question.
Chair, the way I look at it is this, and I can be told if I'm wrong, and I think to a certain degree it's picked up in the environmental statement as well. So it's being picked up, it's being identified to some degree because we have to recognise that it's going to become an obligation for future plants of this nature to deal with. As I understand it, the applicants, however, are of the view and are offering it as a benefit in the sense that they think they can provide carbon capture going forwards. I think the way to look at this perhaps is in the context of what happens if this scheme doesn't come forward. Well, if the scheme doesn't come forward, then you're left with the existing facilities and ways that the waste is being disposed of and dealt with. Those facilities may or may not have similar carbon capture facilities. In fact, probably the older ones may not have certain carbon capture. I don't know, I haven't analysed it, I can't say for sure. But to the degree any other schemes might not have carbon capture as a facility that could be offered, this is potentially a benefit because it would have, in the view of the applicants, and obviously the officers looked at this, a potential to deliver carbon capture going forward.
But that's only a potential. They're not guaranteeing that it's going to be made.
And be taken no further than a guarantee. It's not a guarantee.
Okay, my next question is about paragraph 9, description of site and surroundings. it says that the application site is a parcel of land located off Magna Road, accessed from Marina Way, and is located within Greenbelt, adjacent to the former White's Pit landfill site. So on our walk around today, we stood in the middle of a big field that is currently classed as Greenbelt. So I just wanted to, I know we've talked about that quite a lot today, about the difference between Greenbelt and Grey Belt, but this is Greenbelt that we were looking at today, and that is going to be built on. Once it's built on, won't become Grey Belt, so we're actually changing the demographic and the ecology of a piece of land.
Chair, do you want, sorry. So, Chair, I'll do my best to answer that. So again, members obviously have some familiarity of issues relating to Greenbelt and Grey Belt policy. I think the answer to that is you need to focus back onto the relevant Greenbelt policies, which are obviously policies you need to apply to this particular application, recognising you have regard to, you should apply, decide whether the proposal is in accordance with the development plan read as a whole, and then go on to consider material considerations. And in context of policies related to Greenbelt, particularly the paragraphs in MPPF, which deal with that. And what you have in the report is the identification of two particular policies that are considered relevant to this proposal. So that is paragraph 154G, which isn't to do with Grey-Belt as it happens, but applies a test that has already been identified as to whether it's considered in relation to previously developed land. This would cause substantial harm to the openness. That's the test in relation to 154G. As far as elements of Grey-Belt are concerned, this does consider part of this falls within Grey-Belt. That's a different series of tests you would apply, which is paragraph 155. So the answer to your question is, well, yes, it's in Greenbelt, but that doesn't necessarily make it inappropriate. It doesn't necessarily make it inappropriate development if it meets one of the exceptions within the MPPF. And what you're hearing is a view of officers as to why, in their opinion, they consider it does meet those tests. That is obviously a matter of judgment.
Thank you. I'm going to miss out one of the questions, but I'm going to go on to the image on page 5. Let me just have a look. Oh, it's on page 5 of 90. Well, it depends on how you look at it. It could be page 19 or it could be page 5 of 98, depending on which one you look at. It's actually paragraph 11/12. So I'm looking at the image where it's a colour image, and it's got the site of special scientific interest in the bottom left-hand corner of this image, and it shows a tiny little triangle. But I believe that is covered over by the SAC SPA thing as well. So the SSI is actually bigger than it actually appears on that image. That was just a point. So I want to understand, how far is that from the new chimney that's going to be built? And I'd also like to understand in what direction is the prevailing wind. That's not the one. It's on the it's on page.
So this is,
That's not the one I'm looking at.
So I just wanted to understand what are you talking about? Sorry.
It's a map that shows the SSI.
I think it's the next one down, yeah, that one.
No, it's not
Figure
that.
1 or 2 on your computer.
It shows special sites of interest.
There's figure 3.
Figure three, I think it's figure 3.
Yes, that's it. Yes, thank you.
So you mean the extension
You
area?
need to put your microphone on, please.
Do you mean the extension area on figure 3?
Well, on figure 3, it's showing we've got the red line, which is the area of development. Sorry? Oh, sorry. So it's the red line. There, can you hear me now? Okay, so there's a red line around the area of development, and then to the bottom left of that is the site of special scientific interest. But you can see there's only a green triangle on that image, but actually it's bigger than that, isn't it? Because the SAC SPA, which is the yellow stripes, is covering it over. So I just want to understand, how far is this SSI from the chimney, And in what direction is the prevailing wind compared to that? Please.
This is the one. Right. I wouldn't know the answer on top of my head, the distance, probably 250 meters from the yellow line to the chimney. I'm just guesstimating, just thinking about the buildings, width being 170, and then you can add the roads and things around it, so 200 meters. Yeah.
I know councillor Sidaway is desperate, and I really would like to make that the last question. Councillor Sidaway, councillor Rice, and then I'm drawing a line under it.
Was going to be the same about the carbon capture, but I am very concerned about an officer putting in a report. This is an added benefit of the proposal when it simply doesn't exist. I think that's a real stretch, if I might say. The other question is really easy. Where is Bowl Barrows? Because I can't find it on a map. So.
Bowl Barrows is about 650 meters to the south of the site.
Is it on one of your maps? I'll have a look through if it is.
It is,
Okay.
but I mean, it's one of the plans I shared on the presentation.
Okay, I'll keep finding it, don't worry.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah, so firstly, I suppose air pollution. We haven't really discussed air pollution. So I was just wondering whether we have any officers that are able to give an overview on that aspect. It's obviously a major concern for residents living by, and especially with the plume sort of and the prevailing wind going towards residential areas and the schools. Then it would be helpful to hear from somebody about that.
So I can see Phil Edgington from Bureau Veritas. Bureau Veritas is an external consultant who carried out the air quality assessment for us. And Phil is here to take any question on air quality, if you have any questions for him.
Hello.
Hello. Would you be able to outline what type of assessment you've done?
Well, actually, Bureau Veritas has not actually performed the air quality assessment for this. That was performed by GARE Consulting. We've provided a peer review of that air quality assessment. So effectively, the air quality assessment looked at the impacts on human health on the back of the road traffic to the site in its operational phase and also in its construction phase, and from the operation of the site. And it also looked at the impact of ammonia emissions, which are a product of the urea, which is used to control nitrous oxides as emitted. So the ammonia has an impact upon the habitats around the area, because ammonia in air has a particular impact and effect upon certain species of plants, and also is deposited as nitrogen, which is a fertilizer, which therefore changes the ecologies. So the outcomes of that assessment were that in terms of human health, there was a negligible impact as a result of three ways: the operational workings of the plants, the construction phase, which dealt with nitrous oxides, particulate matter, and also from increased road traffic to the site as a result of both the construction phase and also the operation of the site. The result of the ammonia assessment, looking at nearby ecologies, and in particular those protected areas, the triple SIs, the SPA, the SAC, and the Ramsar site. The assessment looked at the initial proposal, which was for a 90-meter stack, and then we also looked at a mitigated version, which was the higher stack, and also limiting the amount of ammonia that could be emitted to 5 milligrams per meter cubed from the top of the stack. And we basically found, as a result of that mitigation, that there is no significant harm to any of the nearby ecologies.
And are you? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say thank you to
yeah,
for
thank you
that
very much.
contribution.
Particularly with regards to the ammonia, because that was raised by one of the ward councillors. With regards to the emissions from the chimney stack, there has been varying comments at public meetings in the past about how clean that air is. For the benefit of the public, it would be useful to know more about that. My question specifically is around particularly fine particles, so smaller than 0.1 micrograms, or which if you're able to confirm that the filters are not able to filter those particular types of particulate matter out.
That's right. For the fine particulate matter, which we determined to be less than 2.5 micrograms, they are not filtered out by the mitigation within the function of the site. But again, the dispersion modelling that was undertaken by the consultant found that the impacts on nearby residents was negligible. So it was determined that that was the case.
And can you confirm that there will be no monitoring of that particular form of pollution going on? These ultrafine particulate matter. As far as I'm aware, no monitoring of that gets done.
I'm not aware of any monitoring. There are monitoring sites in the area around. I can't tell you where they are in particular, but as part of the air quality assessment as performed, the modelling was sort of verified against the monitored data. I think they used one site, which is local. I can't tell you off the top of my head how local that was, but that's a standard methodology for an air quality assessment.
Yeah, I think it's quite standard that they don't measure the really fine particle matter.
Well, it's become policy now that PM 2.5, which is the finer, the general pollutants of interest, is now a standard, sort of monitoring. But that's a fairly recent sort of happening, and it might well be that the case that actually for the coarser grains of particulate matter, there are monitoring stations nearby, many more, but there's probably fewer of the PM 2.5s.
And on that, I think, which sort of puts it into perspective, I've seen data from other incinerators whereby this ultrafine particulate matter is released in the tons into the air. Now, this isn't, you're able to confirm that tons of this ultrafine particulate matter is going to be released from an incinerator because the filters don't filter it out.
I can give you the modelled values if you just give me 1 second. But of course, with the finer particulate matter, the dispersion of the pollutant is much more effective. Just bear with me a second, and I can give you that value.
My understanding is that the ultrafine particulate matters are more damaging to biological systems, though. So they are, even though they are more dispersed, they are certainly dangerous.
That's right, yeah. But the appropriate assessment level was applied, and it was found to be of negligible impact at the nearby receptors, the houses and schools and things nearby. So that is the case. So the emission concentration of particles, I actually don't have that specific number for. I have 5 micrograms per normalized meter cubed, which equates to about 0.3 of a gram per second. So it depends on sort of your monitoring period, of course.
Yeah, I'm looking for weights that are smaller than that, because I think the filters are fairly effective for that size of particulate matter.
Well, I'm sorry, the report I'm looking at is not particularly definitive on that.
Sorry, Chair, can I just jump in quickly? Just to be clear, essentially the ultrafine particulates, there are no regulatory thresholds for those at the time, and actually they, in practice, can only really be measured in laboratory conditions. So it's not yet, the technology isn't quite there to monitor it so accurately on site, etc.
Yes, I think it's completely unregulated, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so we move on to debate. We've had lots of information. We've seen the site for ourselves, had an extensive tour. We've heard from objectors, we've heard from supporters. Now comes the crunch when we have to decide whether we are going to allow this application or refuse it. So, does anyone want to kick off? Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I wanted to start by saying thank you to Sanjuti for all the work and effort she's put in today and doing the site visit and the report. And I don't mean any disrespect at all, but given the significance and the complexity of this application, I feel that we did need more technical officers here to answer some of the questions. I am really disappointed that no heritage officers was available to us to talk about that, and I'll come on to why I think that's quite significant. I would have also liked someone who could talk a bit more about climate change, a bit more about the carbon capture, and the other aspect which we haven't talked much about yet, which is the combined heat and power, which are supposedly the environmental benefits of this scheme. I think there are a few issues. First of all, around we've talked about the grey belt issue for the DNC compound, and the big issue there for me is that appears to come down to a very finely balanced bit of judgment from the officer around the moderate contribution that makes. It's on page 65 of the report, paragraph 198, just so that people can know what I'm referring to. The proposal has been assessed to make a moderate contribution for the purpose A of Greenbelt, which is very close to the strong contribution needed for the grey belt consideration to just be out the window, which then is something that underpins really everything here in terms of whether this is acceptable. So for me, for it to come down to something as finely balanced as that, there is a concern there. I think the other side of things for me here is that the sheer size, and the size in several different ways, so the mass and the scale of the building are just far beyond anything that's currently in that space. When we went today, we saw the 35-metre high chimney, and we talked about how the building itself that's proposed here is going to be about another 50% as high as that again. And that's not just a chimney, but a huge building, a building that goes on for a long distance on the site and we've talked a lot about the chimney height, a very high chimney as well. But the sheer mass of that building is way beyond anything that's there at the moment. So the impact on the area as a whole, which is Greenbelt, will be significant, a visual impact. I don't see any other way around it. I think the building in the chimney will not only be visible, but dominant and overbearing in the landscape. And particularly, as I mentioned earlier, I think people using Camford Heath, visiting the Heath and spending time there, as the biodiversity officer noted, that is a really significant impact, which I think we must take into account. And I also think we need to talk about size in terms of capacity, and we have. I think we've talked about capacity, we've heard all the numbers, but the common sense tells me that we just have to think about those consented schemes at Herne and Portland, and that this proposal with those will lead to a significant over provision. 193 kilotons per year is what I come out with from my numbers. I have to say I'm unconvinced by the arguments in the report about the market preventing this, and I'm not aware that that is a relevant thing for us to take into account as a planning consideration. The way the markets behave and what private businesses decide around what's viable for them to do. We're talking about when we're talking about capacity, we're talking about what BCP and Dorset needs, not what people will want to spend their money on once they've got a permission to do so. And I think particularly in light of the suggested condition that limits the operator to using feedstock of at least 50% from the local area, but that does enable them to import 50% of the feedstock. And if you oversize by about 50% of what we need, then you'll probably just do that. You'll import the waste. And I think there's also then a knock-on effect there on the traffic movements, which we heard about from the ward councillors. If we're importing 50% more waste into the area, then we're going to end up with 50% more traffic movements than have been taken account of in the report. And I think that makes that a very significant impact, negative impact of this. And so overall, my view is that all those things lead to such a level of uncertainty. The one I haven't touched on, I'm not going to take too much longer, is the heritage harm, which is identified as less than significant at the moderate level, and so must be weighed against the public benefits. The public benefits are then given as self-sufficiency, but this actually isn't a massive over-provision, so I think that's not quite right. And the fact that the site is renewable energy, but energy from waste certainly without carbon capture, which we talked about, and without combined heat and power, because this is going to be, if we approve this, it won't be for the combined heat and power to be implemented straight away. It'll be for the combined heat and power to be assessed to see if we can do it later on. So it could just not happen. And that leaves us with a plant that's 27% efficient in terms of burning rubbish. That's dirtier than burning coal. And so I really don't think we can consider this as renewable energy. And those are two of the three public benefits that are given as a reason why the heritage harm is outweighed. And so I'm afraid I don't agree with that assessment. I think those fall away, leaving us with biodiversity net gain, which I don't disagree with, but I don't think it's enough on its own. So for those reasons, I think we should be being very careful, and I would propose that we refuse this at this stage.
Councillor Adams, and then Councillor Sidaway.
I agree pretty much with everything Councillor Salmon said, and she said it much more eloquently than some of the points I had down. But I'll try not to copy line for line. But I mean, I don't think I truly appreciated the sheer scale of the development until the site visit. Obviously, the building itself 50% taller than the existing chimney. I mean, that puts it as one of the biggest buildings in Bournemouth. The helm's 55 metres tall. I've just Googled it. So it's going to be one of the biggest buildings in Bournemouth by fact. And the fact is, we do have enough to nearly meet our needs. So I'm not sure that the exact public benefit of an extra 260,000 to sort of burn our, I'm losing track of myself, to burn other people's stuff. We will have enough to cover burning our stuff, and I think the planning inspectors did make that clear in the old case with the Portland one, where that's going to cover a lot of our needs. And so I'm not sure
the bulk scale mass is entirely justified given the fact that we don't necessarily have an energy waste need that's as high as they're building to cater for. So we're going to be paying the price potentially in health to import other people's rubbish and burn it. I accept there's a need for some development, but I think the sheer scale does cause harm to Camford Heath amongst other areas, and the bulk scale and mass is I don't think suitable. But I'll stop there because you've already said all the good points.
Thank you.
I hope I was speaking loud enough. I did say the capacity. I didn't believe the model if we're using 6-year-old data, and I think I didn't care what the inspector said. I think we all know that the world has changed in those 6 years. The carbon capture is a myth, and until it exists, I think we have to disregard it. And the impact on climate change without carbon capture cannot be underestimated. The character, the scale and size, I think, is enormous. The air quality we didn't spend a great deal on. There was a couple of statements in there about can't rule out adverse health impacts from the HPA, and Public Health said the same, can't rule out. Well, if you can't rule them out, then you're probably ruling them in, aren't you? The traffic, we didn't talk a great deal about traffic. It's a lot of extra traffic. It didn't talk about, it says there's 39 more car journeys. There's 400 staff at some point working in there. I'm not sure how they're getting there. I honestly, the green belt, I won't keep going on. I struggle to believe any part of it is beneficial. And that's the problem.
I can't remember who was next. I think it was.
Okay, thank you. For the want of repeating pretty much what's been said, the air quality assessment, I just don't know how you can do an air quality assessment when the chimney thing hasn't been built yet. So, I mean, that's just me being a bit naive, I guess. But I'm looking at stuff from the BBC in October stating that burning Britain's rubbish is our dirtiest form of power, and it's only going to get worse. And basically, they're building this massive, big building and chimney, and it's going to be over capacity. That it's not going to be viable on just burning BCP's rubbish. MMV are going to have to bring in other people's rubbish or other rubbish from other areas to make it viable. So why should we have that on our doorstep? I don't agree with that. We haven't really covered the aviation objection. That's still there. The aviation objection, although we were saying, that they might have come to a solution, we're looking at granting planning permission today, either with conditions or not. I think that's a really key objection that we should be thinking about. And I believe that the scale and site and the density of this building and the chimney does have significant impact. We've seen how big it's going to be. We've looked at the pictures. It is going to have significant impact. So I would be voting against this at this moment in time.
I'm going to say something now because I've heard what you're saying and I agree with a lot of it. But I come back for myself to the fact that this waste is being disposed of. It exists, it's BCP waste, Dorset waste. It exists now, it's being dealt with now. It's not as though it's going to be new waste, extra waste. It's going to be dealt with somehow, somewhere. And given that at the moment, we are told that it's all being shipped out to other parts of the country, not even in Dorset, not even particularly local. It's some of it's going abroad, some of it's still going to landfill. Which it seems to me they're even worse options than having a local incinerator. I agree, it's a huge building, and a tall chimney. Just out of curiosity, I expect most of us remember the Forley chimney down on Southampton Water. So I Googled to find out how tall that was. That was 198 metres before it was demolished. Not far off, double the height of this one. So it gives a you know, if we can remember that, it's considerably less than that. Still very tall, I grant you, but considerably less than that. And I don't know, you know, basically I think if refusing this is almost sending out the message, we're not going to deal with our own waste. We're happy for it to go abroad, happy to be transported who knows where. Whereas there is, you know, there is the I'm going to say presumption, that's too strong a word, the expectation that we should be dealing with our own waste. Everybody, every area should deal with its own waste in its own area. And this would be an opportunity for that. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying I really like it, but I don't like it going to landfill. I don't like it being shifted off to Denmark or somewhere. So, you know, to me, this is almost the least worst option, but I realise I'm possibly out of step. I thought you were.
Julian was first and then me.
Right, Councillor Martin, then Councillor Chapman.
Okay, I'm actually agreeing with Marion, with our chair, sorry. Basically, MVV seemed like I've looked at some of the other buildings they built, you know, when I was researching this, and they do, I think my thing for me is I agree with everything you've said, you know, that we should be dealing with our own waste, and also like if we're putting bags of waste on lorries, transporting them to other parts of the country, and even worse abroad, that's absolutely ridiculous. You know, when we could burn it here, and there are benefits. There are benefits in terms of producing, you know, the electricity, hydrogen gas, which we can use locally to benefit locals. Also, we could make a charge, I'm guessing, for if we do import other waste from other areas. I think also as well, it's a shame that the building has to be so high, because I can understand it sprawling out, but I don't quite understand why it's got to be so high. But I think even so, from a distance, yes, you will see a green roof. It will impose on the countryside a little bit, but close up, it's going to look a lot neater and it's going to smell a lot less. It's, you know, for me, that's, you know, I'd rather, if I'm tidying up at home, I like a big cupboard, just shove everything in, you know, so when visitors don't see it. But today it looked a complete mess, the site, you know, with all lorries and bits and bobs here, there and everywhere. I'd rather walk past one building everything's behind a corrugated wall. So it looks neat. And some of the buildings they've built before, I've looked online, some of the other 9 that they've looked, and they do look very, very neat, attractive buildings. That's just my opinion. So I would be in favour, actually, of it, yeah.
Councillor Clements.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I've listened very, very intently to everybody's opinions, and I have to say I agree with practically everybody in one way or another. But I do feel that we have a responsibility, as the Chair has said, and Councillor Martin, for taking care of our own refuse and our own disposal. And I do think it's completely wrong that we should be sending it elsewhere. We should be taking full responsibility for it ourselves. This is an ideal opportunity to do that. I don't have an issue with the size, the scale, or the look of the plant itself, because, well, it's far enough away. You know, you're not going to go right up to the door and examine it, are you, if you're out walking your dog or on a hike or whatever. And I think, you know, that part of the aspect is a necessary evil. But I do, one of my main concerns was increased traffic and air pollution. But I feel that's been reasonably mitigated. My only other concern is that there will be a necessity to import refuse from elsewhere to make it economically viable, and that there is that risk. But at the same time, we have to manage our waste. We have to do it going forward. As a nation, we have to take responsibility, all of us, and it's got to be done somewhere. And I think, I think this is an opportunity to deal with it.
Councillor Chapman-Law.
So over the years, I've been quite a regular visitor to Camford Heath in one form or another. and I know the views quite well from around there. And I actually took a trip out there a few weeks back on the bike, and sort of using the height of the current chimney as a guide. This building is going to be huge, absolutely huge. It's going to really dominate the skyline especially from up on top of the heath coming out from the golf club there by the waterworks. Now, it is a huge building with a huge chimney. It's going to make the wind turbines down at Wool look like a walk in the park. It's a massive building, and in terms of the scale, the capacity in terms of waste thing, I agree with everybody else. I can't see this. The figures don't make sense to me. And whilst yes, we do need to be dealing with our own waste, what we don't need is a massive SUV when we could be walking. To use the transport thing, it's like it just seems like a massive, a sledgehammer when we to knock in a small nail into to hang a picture. It's too big. It's too much. We don't need that much capacity. Thank you.
Rice.
Yeah, I know the site very well as well. I completely agree that we should be managing our waste locally, but we haven't really touched on the fact that there are a lot of government legislation requirements that have come in recently and are planned to come in that will reduce the amount of waste that as a community we are creating. And that's the whole direction that society really wants to move into. None of us, I probably safely assume, want to be burning plastic or batteries or tyres in an incinerator. What we want is that our waste is able to be made in a way that is recyclable, and then it goes to a specialist recycling plant, and then it can be reused. And I think it would be a very different matter if we were looking at that as opposed to simply burning our waste. And from a mental health point of view, there's probably various different aspects of how an incinerator can affect mental health, but certainly in terms of kids growing up seeing plastic being wasted, being burnt, knowing that it's the highest form of carbon intensive energy, it is just completely contrary to everything that they're being taught in school, and this harms mental health. I know that that's not a planning consideration, but it's important for members of the public to realise that we are thinking about these issues as well. I would also like to just highlight, it was going to be one of my questions, but in terms of the legal submission from the Portland lawyer, it states that recent DEFRA guidance on waste capacity need. So several of us have mentioned about the fact that we shouldn't be using out of date numbers, although it has been clarified that this is appropriate to use. However, in this legal note, it does state that the clear message from the recent DEFRA guidance is that there is no longer a need elsewhere in England. So therefore, the area of BCP in Dorset waste plan is excluded from the need. This is to assess whether there is a need for further capacity for residual waste treatment facilities in England. So that reassures me that legally, that capacity generally in our area, we are taking it seriously and that we can still process our waste that we're producing. But that we are also saying that we want a recycling, from my point of view, a recycling processing plant and a reuse plant rather than simply burning all of this waste. In terms of the smell as being an improvement for the site, I can see where you're coming from, but I have read reports about other incinerator sites. Obviously, they're going to be managed in different ways. We don't know how this one's going to be managed, although there will be requirements. But one incinerator site has had to pay residents to keep quiet and not raise an issue. That was a recent BBC article. So I would be hesitant to think that it's going to look better or be better to live next to, and that the smell would be resolved. But I can also believe that that will be managed. That could be managed. And then in terms of the particulate matter, again, something that's important for residents. The letter from the nearby school states that it's neutral in terms of its submission. However, it wants to be reassured that there will be no harm to the children at their school. Now, personally, I'm trained with a medical background, so I've done quite a lot of research in the air pollution aspect of it. And as we heard confirmed, the fine particulate matter that is released from chimneys is particularly harmful to biological systems. We heard that we could be reassured with the UK HSA document, but looking at that, one of the issues with public health is that they need solid evidence that's specifically to one source of pollution, and lots of the studies were excluded because there was various sources of pollution that could have contributed to the health issues. So again, I would state that they just don't have the evidence to prove it, as opposed to it is safe. And so I cannot reassure the schools and the new training facility that's there. And children breathe much faster than adults. And there was a recent report about air pollution stunting lung growth in children in London by 14%. So fundamentally, in terms of planning material considerations, I agree with Councillor Salmon in terms of the bulk of this building, and Urban Design Officer's comments in terms of it being harmful. And so I do not support the application.
Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back to your point earlier about the need to deal with our waste. I do just want to go back to the numbers. The identified shortfall that the officer took us through for Dorset and BCP is 67 kilotons, 67,000 tonnes per annum. That's the shortfall as identified once you take into account the consented sites at Portland and at Parley. And this the capacity for this proposal is 260,000 tonnes per annum, which is four times higher, something like that. Quick maths. And I don't think we can rely on the view was taken that the market will sort this out, so there's no need to worry. But I do fear that we could well be becoming an importing area as a result of that massive over provision. That those facilities will all be built out, and then they will need to bring waste in from elsewhere to keep themselves going. And that seems like a very negative thing rather than a positive thing for our area. It also would, I think, mean that we failed the self-sufficiency test in the waste plan, because we would be massively overprovided. And also other areas we were having to send their waste to us, and they would therefore be failing the self-sufficiency test within planning policies, which presumably apply equally all over the country because it's part of the NPPF. So I just wanted to come back on that particular point. Okay, that's all.
Councillor Martin.
I'm sorry, I'm still supporting it because I think it's, German, we've got German technology, it's a German company, which is, superior to ours, but it's run by British people. It's providing jobs locally as well for people. So it's providing, yes, we will be taking waste from elsewhere, but we're employing local people, more local people, so it's less unemployment locally. Also, I wanted to mention, I forgot to mention last time, because you mentioned the Foley chimney. A lot of people were really disappointed when that came down because it was useful for navigating, and it's when you stood at a distance and you look on the town, it's like we can recognise the water tower. So I don't think having a tall chimney is really a problem. I think it's an asset in many ways. So I don't think the size of the building is really that much of a problem. That's what I'm saying.
The other point that none of us three have made, I think, is that this site in the local, the Dorset and BCP waste plan, is allocated for further waste treatment presumably of this sort of nature. That was presumably what was the expectation, was that it would be something along these lines. And the big difference is, of course, that the Portland site has got permission, even though it wasn't allocated. So I don't understand why that one even came forward when it wasn't allocated, but this one is. So I think that, you know, this has already been looked at by an inspector and locally by the Waste Partnership. So, you know, it's been not given the green light exactly, but it has been assessed to be a worth considering possibility, possibly even more than that. Councillor Salmon.
I'd like to make a proposal, if that's okay. I'd like to make a proposal that we refuse the application, and I will give some suggested, I'm sure not perfect, reasons, grounds for refusal. So one of them is the lack of certainty over the aviation situation. As I understand it, that is still outstanding. It may not be enough on its own to refuse an application, but I think it is something that should be in, we should note. I think the loss of openness to the greenbelt is very key. We've discussed, you know, the business of whether or not the specific site counts as greenbelt, grey belt, previously developed land, but it is in the greenbelt, and therefore there is an impact on the greenbelt, and it is a huge building. Inevitably, a 50-metre high building has an impact on the openness of the area in which it is situated. I've also, as I touched on just now, I'm not clear that it does comply with the principle of self-sufficiency due to the over-provision, as I discussed before. So that would be another reason for refusal. And finally, the heritage harm, as I mentioned when I spoke at the beginning of the debate, I think there's a different view here, that the moderate level of heritage harm is not outweighed by the public benefits. When you discount the public benefits being self-sufficiency, where we have an over-provision, I don't think that applies, and renewable energy, which burning waste without any additional combined heat and power or carbon capture, I don't think should be considered renewable energy. It's a very inefficient and dirty form of power production. And so if you take those away, those public benefits, then I think that the heritage harm becomes a factor that can be used as a ground, for refusal. So those are the specific, I hope people heard that. Those are the specific reasons I would put forward to say that we propose to refuse this. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. So have you got a seconder? I see two hands up. Councillor Rice, we'll take Councillor Rice. But we know that Councillor Adams apparently wanted to as well.
I don't know if it's worth considering adding an appropriate bulk scale and mass as well. That was my thoughts. I think you've covered all the other reasons, but
I just to say I hope that officers will help us to, you know, really make sure that we're clear as we can be with those, as they're the experts on the planning reasons. But I don't have any reason to say that shouldn't be part of it for myself.
Yes, I am happy with that. I just wanted to go on the renewable energy thing. I think we can, the government has confirmed that incinerator energy is not classified as a renewable energy. It's only partially renewable. So just wanted to clarify that incorrectness.
Yeah, me too. So any comments from the case officer or anyone else on those reasons?
Chair, yeah, I think yes, officers do want to comment. I'm just going to find a specific point, but I'll let my colleague kick off and I'll chip in as necessary as we go through.
Okay, just so that I'm clear, so the category areas of where you're looking to refuse, one is aviation, on greenbelt, heritage, bulk scale and mass. We also heard lack of self-sufficiency and an issue around proximity. Is that correct? Have I missed anything?
No, those are the areas I raised, yeah.
So for each of those, we need to have a look into the policy basis, and we'll take those in turn. In terms of aviation, so if we come back to the debate, what has been discussed essentially is almost an agreement, but we're not quite there. There is a policy in the waste plan which talks about flight safety essentially. We haven't identified in this committee precisely what that harm is, and we know it's come to a resolution. So I think it'd be better in this instance, given how close they are to coming to an agreement, to have that as a condition to demonstrate that in terms of like the safety issues material to planning have been resolved. So I wouldn't advise that to be a reason for refusal itself.
I'm happy for that to be removed.
We go on to Greenbelt. So there are two areas here. One is the Greenbelt as Greenbelt considerations, and the second is Greybelt. In terms of, you haven't given the policy basis to go through. If we need to go step by step.
Greenbelt is our policy BCP 21.
Great.
You want me to?
Yeah, go through. We want to go through clearly through the tests.
So, sorry, Chair, the point I was trying to look up and haven't found the answer to, but I'll speak off the top of my head with a caveat that I'd need to check it. But I think you'll find, just on the general point of whether it's renewable, I think there is government guidance that says elements of it can be, or should be regarded as renewable, but not all of it would be regarded as renewable. So I think, yeah, so I think that's right. Then I think that's probably right, but it's not wholly. So I think, members, if I can, you're not going to try, we've already told you, we're taking you back to policy to make sure you focus on the relevant policy issues. And sorry, I'm going to stare around the room here and try and speak into a microphone. So can I ask clarification on the green belt? So as I understand it, the two particular aspects, and I'll take you to the MPPF because I think that's the easiest bit to look at. There's two particular aspects of the MPPF that we need to focus on as far as green belt are concerned. One is paragraph 154G, and that was, if you remember, if it's PDL, would it cause substantial harm to the openness? And I believe what's being said is you consider, as far as that aspect is concerned, it would cause substantial harm. So that's that bit. There's also, as it's been noted, one aspect of it where we were considering paragraph 155, which was the temporary facility. And that's where the grey belt comes into play. And I'm not quite sure if we're saying that would be adverse as well, but
I hadn't given that as one of my reasons. I did mention it in my initial speech in the debate, which is that I see how very finely balanced that decision is around whether it is grey belt or not, because we're very close to it having that strong contribution to my
so your
reading.
view is that,
but I wasn't putting that forward.
So certainly the bulk of it, substantial harm to
substantial harm to the openness.
154G. Visual issues as well as spatial issues.
Visual and spatial, yeah.
Okay.
So if you link in the bulk scale.
Yeah, and so linked to that, so we talked about bulk scale and the math, and I guess that's captured by that, but we'll come and look at that in slightly more detail in a minute. So that's only part of the story, because you've now concluded it is potentially inappropriate development because you've misapplied, you've concluded it's contrary to the policy test. But then I'm afraid you do have to go on and ask yourself another question. And the other question is, as far as the MPPF is concerned, having considered that there is harm to the green belt, which I think is your conclusion, do you consider there are very special circumstances? Sorry, can I ask the gentleman at the back to just stop waiting? It's just distracting me slightly while I try and work my way through it. I'm afraid that's not the case. But anyway, Chair, if I can ask the person to. So, Chair. So Chair, to come back, so the next question, just to understand the member's position on it, so as I understand it, the next question would be, do you consider there's very special circumstances which would outweigh the situation? So that's when you started talking about the capacity issues and matters such as that, and my understanding is you don't consider very special circumstances outweigh the harm.
That's exactly right, Rob. I think the fact of the over provision, that there is no need for something of this size, means that we don't have the very special circumstances. That's my view.
Okay, and so we'll just park that for a minute because that's covered the greenbelt bit. And so if we now go to some of the other matters you talked about, so you talked about the impact on scale, massing and volume. Well, again, if I can then take you to policy, so we're coming back now to look at some of the local plan policies, giving some consideration to elements of that. I should say that because of your conclusions, I think you just identified in relation to very special circumstances. I think your conclusion, therefore, as far as policy 21 is concerned, which is the waste local plan policy on Greenbelt, what your position is that, and bear with me, I'm just finding it, it does constitute inappropriate development. And as a consequence, you've said the potential harm is not any benefits you've identified don't outweigh it. So no very special circumstances. So that's a conflict, therefore, with policy 21 is really what we're saying as far as Greenbelt is concerned.
Yeah.
Let's now look at landscape, because you talked about that as well, and its dominance, for want of a better phrase. Well, the landscape policy is policy 14. And that says policy for waste management facilities will be permitted where they are compatible with their setting and would conserve or enhance the character and quality of the landscape. So read that again. Proposals for waste management facilities, this is one, will be permitted where they are compatible with their setting and would conserve and enhance their character and quality. So as I understand what you're saying, you don't think it is compatible with the character and quality of the landscape area. Is that
well, yes, I suppose that is another aspect of the point around the impact, the visual impact on the greenbelt, because you know.
So it's slightly separate. So this is its impact on the landscape. Now, you know, there's a crossover because you're conceding it doesn't preserve the openness, and you're saying visually it's dominant and it's going to have an impact on the openness. But I guess the question is, are you saying there's a landscape objection as well, or not? For a separate reason.
Go ahead, councillor.
I don't know if it's relevant, but the urban design officer specifically states that it causes a negative visual effect on the surroundings, including heritage assets. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Unfortunately, I can't put myself into your mind as to what you think. If you're taking a view to landscape, so I'm just trying to clarify. Are you saying really think there was a negative landscape harm in this respect, and it's in conflict with that policy?
Yes, I think
Yes. Okay.
I believe so. Yes.
So now let's come on to heritage. I think that was another point that was covered. And sorry, this is all for members' benefit. And I should say, have we even got a seconder to this proposal? Good. Okay. Before I spend too much time going through all this. Then let's look at the heritage policies. And again, I'm primarily focusing on the waste local plan, but there's similar provisions in the pool local plan as well. So what that says is proposals for waste management facilities will be permitted where it is demonstrated that heritage assets and their settings will be conserved and or enhanced in a manner of appropriate significance. And it goes on to talk about designated heritage assets, and their members will know that with designated heritage assets, we're talking about things like listed buildings and conservation areas, as opposed to non-designated heritage assets. So there's a test for designated heritage assets, and the test is in policy 19. Proposals resulting in harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset will only be permitted if this is justified, having regard to the public benefits of the proposal and whether it has been demonstrated that all reasonable efforts have been made to mitigate the extent of the harm to the significance of the asset. Now, that's weighing in this issue of public benefits. Now, to a certain extent, members have commented on that in context of capacity, and they're saying that they're questioning whether there is a need for this level of capacity that's being delivered. But there is a public benefit to some degree, insofar as, even if, as far as I know, members aren't saying there's no capacity requirement. And I suppose what I have to recognise in that respect is that, to some extent, I think you're making an assumption all the capacity might be taken up to a certain extent by the Portland scheme, but there's no guarantee of that so far as I'm aware. So I just make that as a note, because there's no condition, as far as I'm aware, on the Portland scheme, similar to the one that's being proposed here, which seeks to secure part of the waste going to that site. So it could, in theory, come from other areas in the country. But that aside, the question in the policy is, do you consider that the public benefits, and there's a range of public benefits applicable here, to a certain, however much capacity you think it will take, will be employment and these sort of matters they're set out in the report. Do you consider those public benefits outweigh the harm to the significance of the heritage assets? Now, from what I'm hearing, I believe you don't consider the public benefits will outweigh that harm, but again, on the designated heritage assets, is that correct?
So I am referring to what was put in the planning balance section of the report regarding the public benefit, and that's where I've taken this from. So just bear with me while I find that. If anyone gets there before me, please say. Yeah, probably. Thank you. So yeah, so we had some benefit 345. Sorry. 344. The proposal will help in achieving self-sufficiency in waste management for South East Dorset region. I dispute that assessment because of the overcapacity. I think I think self-sufficiency means meeting your own needs, and this will meet our needs and then some by quite a long way, as we've discussed and the figures aren't disputed. I mean, we've talked about how we actually think that there'll be even less need than the official figures, but we know we have to use the official figures. So we're talking about an over-provision or a bigger over-provision. So that's the bit I have an issue with in this weighing the public benefit. And then the other part was around the renewable energy, because I think that claiming an environmental benefit from this scheme, as it would be consented without CHP or carbon capture, would be wrong. It's a very inefficient and environmentally damaging process, burning rubbish. So I'm sorry I can't put it in planning terms, but those are the points that I wanted.
I apologise if you covered this. I got slightly distracted by something, so just partway through. So I apologise. I'm going to get you to repeat something. So coming back to the heritage asset impacts.
Sorry. So where that falls. So what we're told in the report is that there is the heritage asset harm is considered to be moderate and therefore needing to be weighed against the public benefits. And my response to that is I don't see these public benefits as being correct.
I understand that. So you're saying that the benefits don't outweigh the harms. I guess one point it'd be helpful if members could clarify now is having regard to the various heritage assets, and I think there's some issues identified in the report, and I think during the debate we identified some of the comments of the heritage officer or potential impacts, particularly I think it was on the grade 1 listed building and the 2 conservation areas off the top of my head. Is it those particular designated heritage assets that you think are impacted, or are there any others you want to pick up, or is it none of those or something else?
You'll have to bear with me. Can you explain why that's important, as opposed to just using the term heritage assets?
Because 2 reasons. One, as we'll go on to cover, I'm afraid, when we look at policy 19, it differentiates between designated heritage assets and non-designated heritage assets. So that's the first reason. And also because, as members will know, when you come to consider heritage harm, you should be giving substantial weight to the nature of that harm, if you've identified a harm is concerned. And what paragraph, and I'll read it to you just so you can keep it in mind, what paragraph, I can't find it, bear with me please. Now I'm looking specifically at, here we go. What paragraph 212 of the MPPF says is when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, and the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. So what we have here is a range of different designated heritage assets. We have some that are grade 1 listed, and you have some that are, and grade 1 listed, I should say, is the highest level of listing that's possible. And you have other assets that aren't necessarily. Oh, and you've got scheduled monuments. So you have a range of different heritage assets. So the reason I asked the question is it goes to some degree to the weighting you're attached to the harm. And so hence the question, are there any particular assets of concern? And as I said to you,
Yep, and I can answer you now. I found the bit in the report. It's on page 68. It's paragraph 214. The BCP Council's Heritage Officer considers that the proposal would make a negative contribution to the significance of Canford Magna Conservation Area, Oakley Lane Conservation Area, Grade 1 listed Canford School and other listed buildings within the Canford School wider area, and Parish Church of Canford Magna by impacting their settings. This impact will be less than significant on the moderate level and will have to be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. That's where I'm starting from here. Is that okay?
I wasn't making a note, but my all designated. Okay. So was there any non-designated in there? Because if there isn't, then I don't need to go on to that point. So the policy talks about non-designated. I don't think for purposes of this exercise we need to stress about it because you haven't identified any. Okay. So I think has that covered the primary reasons you focused on? Yeah. Okay. So just to take us through a couple more considerations then in that respect, and just so we've wrapped it up, bringing you back to the overall position, and I suppose I should ask, no, let's bring you back now to the overall consideration. Well, as members know, under section 38(6) of the Town and Country Planning Act, the ultimate questions, starting point is, do you consider the proposal according to development plan read as a whole? And having gone through the policies and various issues, I'm going to mention one other policy because I think it's relevant to this. Apologies. Policy 3 of the Waste Local Plan, which is the overarching allocation policy, that has a test which says proposals within the allocated sites listed below will be permitted where they are in accordance with the allocated uses and where it's demonstrated to meet all of the following criteria, of which the first one is the proposal complies with the relevant policies in the development plan. So I think from what you just explained to me, your position is it fails that criterion.
Yes, that's logical.
Fine. You haven't identified any other harms specifically, so I'm assuming the other criterion won't apply. So it's primarily that first one. It's a policy. It's a principle, I think. So, okay, fine. So let's go back now to section 38(6). And section 38(6), it's essentially you're going to ask yourself the first starting point is, does it accord with the development plan read as a whole? That's your decision, your judgment. But I think from what you're telling me, you're probably concluding there is conflict with the development plan read as a whole.
Again, yes, I would because of the specific parts of the plan that we've identified, there's conflict.
Overall, and you think those are significant policies, then you can conclude it's a conflict. Okay.
Yeah.
So then we're going to touch on deal with material considerations, and also because it was relevant to the test relating to heritage assets, we ought to consider benefits as well, and also to green belt as well. I think you've already said this already, but just to conclude, you don't consider public benefits outweigh that particular conflict with the development plan, or indeed the conflict with the various policies we've looked at.
You're going to have to run that one by me again, Rob.
Okay. So under section 38(6), the test is, starting point is, do you consider the development plan the proposal accords with the development plan read as a whole? And I think you said you don't. But you still then have to ask yourself whether material considerations indicate otherwise. And a material consideration in that context would be the public benefits. And I think you're saying you don't consider the public benefits in that context would outweigh the conflict with the development plan.
Yes.
And the other point I was making, just to be clear, was because equally so in various of the policy tests, which we had to look at, you also have to be carrying out weighing exercise of harm versus benefits, for example, heritage harm against benefits. And I think in the heritage case, and otherwise you've indicated you don't think the benefits would outweigh the harms you've identified.
Yes.
Good. Before we go on, I'm being told something else.
Just to be clear, before we move on a bit further, under landscape character impacts, so we discussed with Rob that it would not be enhance the quality of an appearance and locality of the area. I'm assuming, and I require your clarification, that would in part include its scale, bulk and massing as part of that consideration. So under landscape character, that area reason for refusal really explored the Waste Local Plan Policy 14, which talks about the proposal need to either conserve or enhance the quality and sort of character locality of the area. I'm assuming and require your clarification to whether that consideration, the harm, is result of this bulk, scale and massing of the proposal.
Yes. Yes, that's the harm to the landscape. Yes.
I think, Chair, that is helpful.
Yeah.
I think the only other consideration members may want to make, and this is primarily to the mover, and I'm not sure which of the seconders she's the seconder, because everyone raised their hands on that. As far as the seconder, mover and seconder are concerned, obviously we've touched upon got the thrust of members' views. We haven't come up with precise wording, and I think the question would be whether, under those circumstances, the mover and seconder would want to make the motion that they should be refused, but with power being delegated to the head of planning operations in consultation, perhaps with the chair and vice chair, to finalise the wording on the basis of the areas of concern which members have identified.
Yes, I'd be happy with that. The chair and vice chair are happy with that.
Right, following all that, does anyone want one of the officers, might be Jill or might be somebody else, to summarise what's actually been accepted? Because I think one or two of the original.
I have been reminded of something I said to everyone.
Sorry, I put massive
We always
sticky
must remember, and that is a technical point, which is, in addition to the reasons we've just gone through, as members will be aware, had members been considering an approval in this case, there were various 106 provisions that had to be secured. Well, they're not secured. And so because of that, they are technically reasons for refusal if members are prepared to take them on board. Now, in reality, if it went to appeal, for example, I would anticipate they'd probably be dealt with by way of a planning obligation to deal with it. But as it stands at this moment, they haven't been resolved. And so a suggestion would be those might be matters you'd also want to take on board.
I don't think I fully understand the implications of taking them on board or not taking them on board for the next stages of the process, should there be next stages.
Let me explain it. I'll try and be better. So I haven't got the two objections of the planning obligations in front of me, but what officers are essentially saying is, for example, there should be a £10,000 contribution to enable carrying out of off-site improvements to the junction as identified in the report in relation to Bridle Way 118. Well, that would be secured through a planning obligation that you're approving, but it hasn't been approved, and there's no obligation in place to secure it. So it is a potential reason for refusal as it stands at this moment because it hasn't been addressed. It's capable of being addressed if the applicant chose to do so through an appeal, but they haven't chosen to do so yet. It's not a criticism of them. It's not uncommon to do all this stuff later. But so it's really those sort of issues. And if we identify them as reasons for refusal, it primarily flags it up as an outstanding issue that still needs to be addressed. And if it wasn't addressed, it would be a reason potentially for resisting the proposal. But it's just likely it would be addressed.
I mean, okay, I think I wouldn't have any problem with those being added as reasons for refusal. As long as I think the thing that was in the question that was in my mind was there any reason not to do that? But if that's sort of what one would normally do in this situation, then I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, the only answer would be to that would be if you didn't care about those particular issues and you didn't want to address them.
No, no, then I think they should be
Yeah.
added as reasons for refusal. Yeah.
Right, I come back to what I was in the process of asking before that issue of the 106. Could somebody please clarify exactly what has been agreed as reasons for refusal? Because some of the original ones I think have been discounted, but I'm not sure. So I'm not sure who is the person to. Is it Jill or is it?
Yeah, I think it'd be useful to summarise.
So basically, just to kind of summarise your reasons for refusal, which we'll agree the detailed wording later. I've got 4 reasons for refusal. So we've got impact on the greenbelt, and as a result of the scale of the building, also it would be the loss of the greenbelt. Represents inappropriate development, and there's no very special circumstances. And weaved into that will be.
John, can you speak up a bit? Or get nearer the mic.
Yeah, weaved into that will be that you consider the building is too large, therefore there's no special circumstances for it. Second reason is similar, so this is the landscape impact. So by reason of the scale, bulk and mass, the proposal will have a negative impact on the landscape character of the area. Third reason will be impact on the designated heritage assets, again because of the scale, bulk and mass and design of the proposal. And the fourth reason will be the standard lack of Section 106 agreement to secure necessary mitigation.
Yeah.
Does that cover the fact that we're overcompensating, so we're not over capacity? Is that in there? Because I think that's quite key.
Yeah, like I said, the detailed wording will be agreed, but I would say the wording will be something along the lines of, there's no justification for the scale and bulk and mass of the building provided, given the capacity. Yeah, so it will be in there. Yeah.
Right, we have a motion that's been seconded to refuse this application contrary to officer recommendation for the reasons that we've just heard. Those who think it should be refused, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Those who think it should not be refused, i.e.
Or voting against the
refusal.
refusal.
Yes, voting against the motion to refuse.
1, 2, 3.
And therefore no abstentions. Okay, thank you everybody. We've had a long session. Very good debate and good discussion. Thank you everybody. Meeting is closed.
I don't see how we can.